Hi folks, I'm Alan Watt and this is Cutting Through the Matrix on the 9th of August 2020. Hope you're all doing, I can't say okay, well, as best as you can through all the nonsense we're going through and the planned chaos. Everything's tying into everything else for those who haven't quite figured it out yet. It's not separate things that are happening on a big scale just by chance. And not when you have the richest people on the planet and all the corporations that run our lives financing what seems to be what doesn't even seem to be, they announce it to be a communist revolution inside America and across the world. It's no mystery at all as to who funds them. They published it, of course, and I mentioned that last week and the week before as well. The big corporations there, so you really have to just scratch your head. This is a Bolshevik revolution for those who don't know what really is going on. And the Bolsheviks really used all the other existing social organizations for socialism. There was different shades of them back then in the old days in Russia. And they use them all. The Bolsheviks always use the majority, and they agitate to make sure the majority do all their fighting for them, and then they jump in and take it over towards the end. That's the strategy of it. It's well documented before about the funding for the old Bolshevik revolution, and he had Trotsky caught at Nova Scotia on his way over to Germany, then to Russia, with suitcases full of cash, literally American dollars, and he was caught by customs and at Nova Scotia harbour, and they put him in the clanger for a little while, in prison, in jail, awaiting information from the States as to what they're going to do with this guy with all this cash, etc., heading off. This is in wartime, and don't forget that Russia at that time was actually fighting against Germany. These are all important little facts, and so the Bolsheviks, of course, had help from Western allies as well. We know this, but we had it too from the big top bankers in America. Baruch and these guys helped to fund the Bolshevik Revolution. But anyway, it came eventually, and it's well documented, and it's in the archives of Canada. What happened there with Trotsky, and apparently a passport, an American passport, was rushed up to Canada by train, and for Trotsky and it was literally advocated that he be let go by President Wilson of the US at the time. So he went off in his merry way, and of course we know what happened. It wasn't just to do with the money. They'd been preparing it for years, this whole revolution, and who was going to take it over, etc. Geopolitics. So, as I say, you go through the same kind of thing here. Now, instead of just having the bankers, you have that too. You see the bankers who put money towards the communist groups, the ones who've openly said that they're Marxist agitators for revolution. Now, you don't have Marxist revolutionaries that want a little bit of Marxism. For those who think, well, they don't want to go all the way. No, it's a doctrine that does go all the way. That's the whole point of it, is to completely overthrow the current system and put themselves in charge, and then to eradicate stacks of people, maybe into the millions, in order for themselves to survive, because they know that the public won't be happy, especially those who can communicate and who know what's going on. So they must be eliminated altogether, because they might contaminate the population with their ideas of, do you know that you're getting used and you're being conned? You know, that's just you can't have that going on. So you got to get rid of these people, and that's what they do. So what you're seeing in the States right now is the biggest example of it. Really, it's happening across the world in different stages, but it's and it's also advocated by the United Nations departments as well. So there's no mystery to me about this. I've talked about communism running the United Nations for years and years and years, and communism is run by an elite of the world, and this same elite runs both sides of everything pretty well. This is a dialectical technique that they use, and you got to remember too, UNESCO was set up by Julian Huxley, a member of the British aristocracy. and a descendant too, who's also related to Darwin. They're all related to Darwin, and eugenics, etc. So at the top of the tree you have this organization setting up all different factions for different sides and funding them, of course, to the hilt. Because as I say, if you and they'll rule the world. That's the whole point, is ruling the world and being gods, taking their place as the gods running the earth. And I think Bill Gates is a good example. I don't think I know of anybody that prays to him, not yet anyway. And this is the farce they give you, characters like that. But these are front people too, the ones at the top I've said before. You generally never see or even get a whiff of, because they're the real bosses. They're not workers. Again, I've mentioned it before, how the Royal Society was set up and why it was set up. And it was an occultic organization initially. You had to be a member and a Freemason to join eventually. But when they set it up, the first so-called, it was an experiment to put it in their garden behind their building. It was a glass beehive to really symbolize the perfect management of the perfect world, with this ordered society from the top right down to the bottom, the drones. And again, so eugenics, a smattering of eugenics there too. And also to guide society. People don't realize it was meant to guide society by bringing in members of different, and even creating members of different sciences and orders, and publicizing, again, making them, and today we call them making them superstars, like it was mentioned before, in the investigations into the Unabomber. To some of the people he was after, some of his targets were professors in universities that also ran, and one of them mentioned it too, that he ran an organization, like a public relations campaign organization, that created stars for scientists. So they made scientists into stars, knowing that people would follow them. And everything out there is really fake. I mean, there's very little out there that really is exactly what it says it is. It doesn't mean that all the information that these organizations they put out are completely untrue. But if you're being deceived at all, then you can take the whole lot with a pinch of salt, obviously. How much deception do you want to swallow? But again, so they make scientists into stars. They did it with Einstein. It was a nobody really until he was picked up and to be the voice of modern society for the 20th century. And he was put forward as a front man, really, to advocate certain. And most of his talks were about world government and even world Zionism and its place in it all. Politics. He seldom ever gave a talk on science. And when he did, it was from other scientists' papers that he read all the time. But nevertheless, he's still pushed today as some genius. But that's what they give you. So back to the Royal Society, that was their goal, you see. So even in the early days, they would promote the well-known names you know today that helped to guide the world in evolution and evolution of humanity, leading to eugenics, you see, and the purpose of eugenics. Very important, that. And we know too that they brought in other members that ran the Royal Mint in Britain. Very important to get the Royal Mint in there, because it's a science. Counting money and a magical formula is definitely a science, and it's very secretive, and must take years to study, because you and I could be given the same kind of figures and debt, and what money is coming in, and we could work it out, and we'd never get the same numbers as these specialists get. It's impossible. So yeah, they're geniuses now, obviously, because we can't figure out. So they brought everybody on board too, and I think Newton was a member of them too. Everybody who's anybody's a member. Even brought Marx in at one point too. Karl Marx. Why would they bring Karl Marx in? Well, you see, social domination requires social studies, and social studies, if you want to alter society, need doctrines. So you bring in these doctrines that advocate change, and you guide the change into what you want it to be. And I used to be puzzled about that too. Why would Britain, during the 19th century, really amazing agitations were going on at the time, And Britain was very important in causing a lot of these dissatisfactions across the world, because they sent agitators who were trained specialists in agitation into different countries to take them down. And a lot of the Catholic countries too, the way to take down is they've been doing that since, of course, the days of Francis Drake and Walter Raleigh, as they plundered the Spanish galleons. So they really had it in for, of course, any Catholic countries, because they couldn't get a firm grip on their banking system. They couldn't steal it, in other words. So you got to get rid of the religion to make that happen. So you had that Newton and a whole bunch of different people on board with them to shape society and guide society by putting out the versions of science which would influence our behavior and our beliefs, you see. And that hasn't changed to this day. It's interesting too, when you look at a lot of their members, in fact, not just Charles Darwin, and Darwin himself, of course, they actually backed Darwin on his voyage across parts of the world to do with evolution. And so they backed him, and it's been admitted to since by them that they tried to stifle the reports that were coming in from another guy who did the real work that Darwin was stealing. And it was a guy called Wallace, I think he was a Scotsman too. And he was living the life in these countries and doing all the writing and sending it back to Charles, not to publish under Charles' name, but just to have as references and so on. And Darwin published it. There was a big scandal eventually, but it was hushed up by those in the know in the Royal Society, because you see, you had to go through along this route to evolution, that man's really descended from apes, etc. And if you convince the public of that, then they could then convince you that would explain and validate the necessity of having the class system, the superior types, middle and then inferior types, or the workers, very much along the lines of Brave New World, where they would perfect that system by breeding the different strata of workers. Again, very Marxist too, where you had the distribution of labour. You know, they would work out who would do what kind of tasks, you see. And then everyone according to his means or his needs. Then they would reward those at the top much better in a communist system, naturally, because it's a class system. And it believes that science rules, so the brighter folks should rule the rest, and there should be no such thing as debating that. Just get on with it, do what you're told, and obey the experts and scientists. That's really what Marxism brought you in the Soviet system. Therefore, science is always used by the far left, and the right too, of course, when they're playing the game, to manage the public, to make the public believe that experts should be obeyed, basically, no dispute, and under the guise that they present you with true facts, you see. And there's nothing as we can see today further from the truth in most things at all. Everything is utterly politicized, and corruption is rampant through the scientific communities, as it is with pretty well everything else in this day and age. But yeah, getting back to the idea of communism, I used to wonder why on earth would Britain, a country that had sent stacks of different infiltrators across Europe into Holland and places to overthrow governments there and religions as well, in order to rule these different countries, you know. And this is until really the city of London. The average person in England probably wouldn't have a clue either what was going on any more than they did in Scotland or anywhere else. But the city of London is where they had this high education to train agitators and true spies, etc. Those who deal with what they call the black arts of manipulation and assassinations and coercions and so on, overthrowing nations. And Britain definitely, or London was definitely the capital for a long, long time. Still is to an extent too. It doesn't matter about the economy being shattered across the rest of the country long before COVID came along. But the city of London is really a nation unto itself in so many different ways. But London, remember, put up Karl Marx. Why would you put up an agitator who was really, he ran out of Germany? A lot of them run out of Germany and start up in Britain. And so why would a monarchy and a monarchical government or democracy, as they call it, Britain, with all of its, you just don't argue with that kind of government. You see, they're very good at what they do in Britain. They're very calm, and they might give you a rope for a while, but they'll come for after you eventually and get you, and you won't even see it coming. There's no rush, you see, and they do things very efficiently when it comes to removing problems of all kinds. Well, they brought in Karl Marx, and knowing exactly what he was, who was putting a doctrine to overthrow all established governments, including the monarchy, etc. But Britain puts them up and allows them to stay there. And true enough, they didn't really have a terrible revolution in Britain because of Karl Marx in that kind of fashion at the time. They had one in the Docklands, I think it was, down near the Docklands, around the Thames at one point in the early 20th century. But that was quickly, so that was just about a few dozen of them tried that to hold themselves up in some of the buildings there, and they were quickly outed by just police, in fact, with shotguns, I think. But regardless, they didn't have a massive revolutionary movement going on inside Britain itself. Not openly. They gave you a tamer version, and there's no such thing, as I've said before, of tamer Marxism. Yeah, it's either complete or not at all. But they gave you a Fabian style, a slow takeover. Now, for those who think that again, this incredible establishment inside the city of London, where an empire was run from there. They had intelligence agencies running all of these countries across the world, and all of their economic systems and trade, commerce and banking and all the rest of it, military. Nothing was missed back then. Nothing at all was missed, even before the age of computers. So for anyone who thinks that Britain just didn't notice Karl Marx, who literally was given the right to give speeches in some of the biggest theatres in London. Yeah. I don't think they just didn't quite hear him properly when he talked about overthrowing established governments. They heard him perfectly fine. But you can use a guy like that, you see, because down the road, you can use Marxism. See, the elite don't think as you do. They're not trained to be naive their whole lives long from birth to death. You are. But the elite who run the world, and then there's certain bases that they've lived in for a while, they're nomadic to an extent, but they settle for a century here, a couple of centuries there, and so on. And they also have homes across the planet, but they know that they can use all types of sides, the creation of sides, to their own advantage down the road. It might suit them to have a fast bout of communism for a little while, bringing in austerity and eradicating a lot of bright people. Because communism does that, you see. It eradicates the brighter folk, often. And I'm not talking about just education. If you're bright at all, you've got a bit of insight, then, again, as I've said before, the Soviets called it inflexibility of opinion. If they couldn't persuade you to just join them, no, see it our way, this is for the greater good, etc. Poverty is for the greater good, and for a brighter tomorrow, for the great-grandchildren. If you didn't go along with it, then they disclassified you as insane. Because number one, you complained about their wonderful communist utopia. So you had to be insane, because it was so beautiful. I mean, there's nothing better ever invented than communist utopia. And workers' paradises and things like that. And so you there's no trial, you were put straight into a loony bin and kept drugged until you died, generally, with inhalation pneumonia or something, because you start drooling and then you breathe it in. That happens still today with different drugs like Halidol. they tend to bump into people, and especially in old folks' homes now. Has been happening for years. But the communist system could be used down the road, you see, to destabilize other nations and to get the change. Remember, change takes at least two sides. If you've got a happy society, or fairly content, there's no such thing as perfection anywhere with humanity. Look at your own moods. And look how many things have changed your minds down through your lifetime. But regardless, as I say, you can use different sides to make the change happen. If you had a fairly okay system, and yeah, there's a lot of injustice and blah, 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 as you always will get with humans, and you don't really want to change it, but the elite do want to change it for their own particular reasons, which they won't tell you about, then they'll advocate again, the antithesis. You're the thesis, the system as it is. The antithesis is a group that, well, we're dissatisfied with whatever. And then you have your agitation and your arguments threatening war even amongst the two groups. And then you come to an agreement, different agreements and concessions. And a concession means you start walking backwards to an extent to keep the peace. And then you have your synthesis, that's your end product, which you desired all along. So you need the two sides. You need two sides to create change, at least two sides. Sometimes you get three, like sheepdogs. It's often described as using sheepdogs. And and it's wonderful to watch trained sheepdogs, collie dogs, in Wales, for instance. And you'll still see, I don't know if they still have the big sheepdog competitions every year, where you would see them, and I did in Yorkshire, I think, too. You would see these collies, these border collies, they call them, the dark and white, black and white dogs, working so wonderfully together, and the shepherds just whistling to them, certain whistles, a language to the dogs. And they could literally take these sheep from these mountains, round them up, guide them down the hills in a certain direction, go left, right, the whole bit, and eventually bring them into a pen, and then guide them all into the pen without any human help at all, except the whistling that was going on to the dogs. Wonderful to watch it. But when you watch the dogs working, that's how we're guided too. Here you are, you're with the sheep, right? You're having a good chew in the grass there. It's a nice warm day, and not too warm because you got all that wool on you, and it's a little breeze, put it that way, and you're quite content. And it's good grass, and maybe a bit of clover flower there too, eh? So you're chomping away, and it's quite good. And all your pals around you, oh yeah, they're all chomping away and smiling and all that. And then what do you see? You see a dog coming from your left, and you're watching that dog because it's sneaking along. It almost crawls along the ground, and you get a bit restless here. So the dog's moving towards you. You see, from the left. So you start moving to the right. All of you, Somebody up ahead says, you see, let's go. And so you all follow the person that says, the sheep that says, let's go. And away you go, you see. But as you're going along there, and you can't see it all that far in front of you because of the other sheep, but there's another dog coming from the right, eh? And so you say, what do we do now, eh? What do we do now? And you're starting to go back to the left, but there's that other dog, so you're sandwiched in between them. It's okay, we can go forward or back, you see, and rather than go right or left. But would you know it, as you start to move just to the north a bit, another sheepdog's there. And so you're starting to panic now, eh? Left, right, and from the north, so there's only one place left, and you start bolting down south, you see. And along come these three dogs with you, eh? And you look around, and there they are, So you know not to go at the right or the left, or try to go back up because the dogs are there. And they can guide you step by step right into that pen, even if it's a mile or two away at times. Amazing you watch it. And that's exactly how we're managed, the same thing. People see sheep take the path of least resistance. That's where they get into trouble, And we are the same. Most people, all the studies have done countless studies on us. We're the most studied species on the planet. It's not the baboon or the monkey, or it's not some rat or a mouse living in some strange country, and it's not some strange little insect that excretes through their orifices some kind of strange gum on a tree that you can use to make a type of a lacquer. But no, this is how it's done. The path of least resistance. And we take it. That's what humans do all the time. We don't like stress. We're just like the sheep. It's a natural thing not to like stress. And at one time, you see, you would accept stress in more natural times when you had you had some wisdom. Wisdom is a very important word, because wisdom, at one time you were born with it. You see, wisdom. And you still need the parents. I've mentioned it before. The mammals, the parents of mammals, and so on, have to guide a newborn for quite a while into what to be afraid of or to what to be cautious about, because they won't. I mean, even young bears will walk right up to you, quite happy, want to play with you, but unfortunately, Big Mama's behind somewhere, and she's got different ideas. But yeah, young mammals can be very friendly. They have no idea that you could be a bad dude, you see. So that's how they be taught that by their parents for survival. And so you have that basic instinct for survival and preservation of yourself and your species, basically. If you really have none at all, if you're completely domesticated, you've lost that ability to think quick for your own survival. And that's why we breed domesticated animals. I'm not talking about dogs and cats. I'm talking about animals for feeding off. That's either domesticated, or you domesticate horses, like Hercules in Animal Farm, the horse. And he'll pull that plough all day long and get really nothing out of it, really, but except the oatmeal and water pretty well, and a rub down. But he's domesticated. Otherwise, he would try and get out and run off. And occasionally you'll see that where an animal, they call it a throwback to a more natural time where it had more instincts, will leave a domesticated group or a herd. The clever ones, they don't just attack the person who's rearing them to eat. They'll actually run off. They're clever. They'll say, no point in attacking that guy. They'll come after me. So you simply bide your time and watch what happens and try and get out of the corral. Right? And that's what they do. There's one in Australia a few years ago, and it became famous, this one. I think it was a Marana type sheep, a particular type of wool, and a lot of wool too. But he vamoosed from the herd, and he was found a few years later. He found a cave somewhere, and he was living in a cave. I guess he came out later in the day and folk didn't see him or whatever, but he's far away from civilization. And he had a happy life. They'd hate him at the United Nations. They teach you that loners are dangerous people or dangerous animals. In other words, if you're a person who quite likes privacy, like in Canada, I mentioned that 3 weeks ago, where some old fella had gone in to get groceries, and I guess there's a dispute. They're pretty nasty, some of these women, actually. And these stores, they're so freaked out, they just turn on anybody who doesn't comply. And I guess the old guy didn't know to wear a mask or whatever, because they keep changing their minds on what you're supposed to do. And they had a little dispute, went home, the cops followed them home, then they shot him. Dead, So this is where it's come to, you see. And they even said in the paper, the man was a loner. Like that was the crime, eh? He was a loner. He lived in a house that he built, that they paid for, and it was a good price they paid for it too. And he didn't encourage the visitors. He liked his privacy. But that's a crime now, you see. But that validates your death right there. And don't forget, in the United Nations, they've said over and over, that even again, they've recycled the same story, that the greatest threat to their agenda for world peace is individualism. Meaning, again, the person who thinks for themselves might like a bit of privacy, and you might be a bit of a loner. It's a crime to be a loner. Obviously something wrong with you, right? Yeah, obviously. Not like all the characters that hung around Jeffrey, all the gregarious social types who like to go to parties and have it off with little children and get blackmailed for it. That type, the gregarious type, anything but, no, they're okay. They're just falling for their basic instincts, you see. But anyone who avoids all that stuff in the partying lifestyle, hey, come on, hey. There you go. So it's dangerous now to know things. It's dangerous to be a loner as well, obviously. It can be deadly. and is taboo by the United Nations, the wonderful communist United Nations, set up again, by the same characters that put up Karl Marx in London. The guys who ran the British Empire, Lord Alfred Milner at that time. And out of them came they eventually morphed into the legitimate title that folk got to know, the Royal Institute for International Affairs, private club, mind you, a big club but private. And they ran the British Empire. But there's the guys that put up Karl Marx. And they had sponsorship too. And they eventually gave you the League of Nations, and then they morphed into the United Nations. So again, here's the richest characters on the planet. Lord Alfred Milner, right? Who really was a German, or born in Germany. And a lot of guys with him actually were actually not really born or British as such. A big story to it. But they worked as a very tight team to run the British Empire and to conquer other nations, as long as they themselves took over the resources of the country, including diamonds and gold and baubles like that, you see. And that was okay. That was okay, because they ran the empire, so they could make these rules, you see, for themselves. And royalty never complained about it, because they got a good kickback for advocating that the military should back up their ventures for them, and the taxpayer would pay for all. Which is a great setup, really. And of course, that's where the idea of fascism really came from, where governments worked with corporations, and they worked with like a brotherhood, you might say, like a liaison, like something tighter than a family. The corporations and the banks, the mercantile banks, the merchant bankers, and government worked together to make sure it kept, that trade would flow and their trade would flow, and the public would pay for the upkeep of it all, for armies and navies and things like that. It was a good deal for those who owned the corporations. Nothing much has changed in a sense, is it, really? And but again, back to what I'm trying to say here is, this organization didn't nip communism dead in its tracks. And folk are still astonished as to why they let it happen in the Soviet system, and Russia, I should say. The whole thing is, if you have a long-term enterprise, and this is how intelligence agencies work as well, they're really big, high ones. There's different levels of immediate action and long-term planning. And long-term planning is just big business plans, as I've said before. Business plans in corporations, they have their projections into 50 to some of them 100 years in the future. Well, that's exactly how the big intelligence agencies work as well. Where will they be in 100 years? And so they have 10-year plans and even 5-year plans. You see the exact same terminology used for the United Nations as you saw in the Soviet system. Well, this part of the plan will take 5 years, a 5-year plan, to get the workers up to a better income or more bread or whatever. Will take 10 years, that's a 10-year plan. And to put pipelines in, and they'll take 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. That's how it's done. It was all modelled really from London, the city of London, for a while. Again, folk are so ignorant of it, they really don't have a clue that the US and Britain financed in the 1920s and 30s the building of the infrastructure for power, for industry, for the Soviet system. And we sent over lots and lots of engineers, and they even built up, I think that there used to have an awfully good documentary was put out by Russia itself, in fact. And they set up streets, like villages for these scientists in the Soviet system. And they built them, and even made the houses look like middle-class suburbia, America, to make them feel at home with all the comforts of home and things. They even brought in cars from the States and things like that. And had them really help rebuild everything for Russia, for the electrical supplies and implementation of power lines and all that kind of stuff, into factories and so on. A tremendous cooperation for a system. Let's get back to the basics. which swore on oath to overthrow every other system, including the ones that were helping them. Try to figure that one out. And it's until you stand back and say, okay, the Lord Alfred Milner group that planned long-term, even during the taking over of Africa and South Africa and places like that, and when they were working at it, they were already working on 100 years down the road, where they would merge all this into a global system with a kind of embryo of a global government, with global standardized rules, massive bureaucracy, running commerce and rules and trade rules and all the rest of it, and free trade. That's where all that came from, was their group, free trade. And so you have them working short time to get plans implemented, as they were taking over resources in South Africa. And then with the Jameson raid, they actually had a bunch of mercenaries belonging to the Lord Alfred Milner group who went in and started slaughtering Dutch settlers, and to get retaliation against. And sure enough, and this group were not part of the slaughtering. Were not part of the English settlement. They came into the country for the revolution. The Milner group also had a woman, a reporter they brought in from London, it was the London Times, who was in on the act, and she had prepared in advance the stories that the Boers had attacked the English or British settlements. And that would really, then they would say in Britain, oh, outrage, this is terrible, look what they've done to our settlements. And then, of course, they'd advocate that the British military go in, and the taxpayer would fund all of that, and they would take over the country. That's exactly what happened, you see. Long stories with all of this. But anyway, once they did that, of course, they eventually appointed their own members in as the Governor Generals of these countries, these areas, these countries. So you would have a different idea of where they were going to go, judging from the little information that you're giving out to the public as to their intentions. But you'd be stuck in another little bubble. I always call them bubbles, because they are bubbles. That's a good way to imagine them, and of what it's all about in your particular era. You wouldn't see the bigger plan. You wouldn't see that down the road they planned to eventually take more and more countries into this an African Union, and they would even use communism to galvanize other countries to join the African Union, you see. That they planned long ago. And that's how things are really done in the real intelligence agencies. Sometimes you get the grandchildren working on the plan in the same intelligence agencies, their own grandchildren. And so they know it very well what their part in the plan is in their vector or sector in the world. Now you have a few members or siblings too working on it as well, generation after generation. So they know exactly what they're doing. And it's really a super civil service that runs it all, you see. So anyway, and they have their outer party and their inner party, just like George Orwell had in 1984. But the true Lord Alfred Milner group had the inner group, you see, and their circle of friends and outside and all that. So, and of course, if there's a CFR branch for America, every country's got a branch of them, and including the Far East as well. So there's nothing happening today that wasn't planned at least 100 years ago, and probably more longer. And you could never figure it out in your particular little short lifetime during your span from what you're taught, which is very superficial. The things that are happening are obviously from an outside source to make these, because you're overthrowing something that you've understood as to be, normal for quite a long time. It's getting overthrown now. It would you'd never dawn on you that it's done by the same group, because now it's time to use another side, another group, to cause the conflict to get the changes they desire to the next phase. That's how it's done. And this is this kind of thing that Rockefeller used to talk about too, old man Rockefeller, and David Rockefeller too, that they could take over the resources of the world. Rockefeller said, old man Rockefeller said, and so did David, that competition was a sin. And he's talking on very esoteric terms too. And I won't go into the particular religion and all that, but he was going into that idea of it, that competition was a sin. And therefore standardization, that's why his companies were called Standard Oil, standardization of all resources under the auspices of guys like himself, like a club, was the right thing to do. And they would keep prices high, and then they could create the stock market, and then through investments they could keep the stocks way up and all the different shares and things, keep tight control of everything. That's the idea. Monopoly men. And they all come again from this particular group going way back. And we know of them in Lord Alfred Milner's time simply because a lot of the deeds were published and written about, even some of them by Milner himself. But again, later on too, they have their own archives, their own history archives. They're so important to the manipulation of world events right up to the present that Carroll Quigley said it was time that the public knew of their contribution to the changing and manipulation of history. He thought it was wonderful what they did, because he was an elitist himself. But he thought it was wonderful, the goals that they wanted to bring into society. And he knew the goals wouldn't be understood by the people who even fought for them. You know, think how many different regiments in Britain, for instance, as an example, and other countries too, had fought on behalf of what they thought was the right. When you're born into the system, it seems to be the right, isn't it? It's there, it exists. So it's the right. But each generation is much easier if it's a long span of change. You won't notice it so much, like a drastic change. And so you may go into the same regiments as your grandparents went into. And you still think you're fighting and maintaining the same sort of order and for civilization, etc., etc. But you never, and then when it starts to crumble, you might go to pieces yourself, saying, what on earth was it all for? And how could it suddenly collapse? You know, it wouldn't suddenly collapse. It's time to go into the next phase. And you and the generations of you before and your own families are just irrelevant. You're like Rockefeller said, you can't make an omelette without breaking eggs. You're all irrelevant to the ones at the very, very top. You really are. But the public never know it. But the masters of intelligence for a long time were based in London, the city of London. Now, of course, they're amalgamated to an extent, as I've said before. You can't keep secrets in this day and age for long from other intelligence agencies. And apart from that, it's so wonderful today if you want to get people to infiltrate that don't even belong to your nations. Then you simply say, well, it's discrimination if you don't let them come in. So naturally, you can't keep secrets. The best you can do is to bring them in on board to the big secrets, and knowing that they're going to share it with other agencies or even an outside country that they're going to be born in. That's very common now to do today as well. And so what you do is you amalgamate the whole lot of them on a higher level. And often the ones, I would say up until the 80s maybe, the intelligence agencies, you had lots of people in it at the time that were so compartmentalized that the bulk of them didn't know there was a different agenda above them. They still believed in their little part in it and fighting the Cold War, as it was called. And they truly believed in it because they didn't know anything else. They had no idea that eventually their own countries would advocate the same global system, eh? After all, it's always been our wish to have a global government type system for the world, says the descendants of the leaders that gave you the empire. And they don't care if they're using a communistic technique to bring it into being, because it's much easier if you create enough hardship amongst populations to get them to work for a cause. So you give them the cause. You can call it communism or socialism or whatever you want to call it, and make them think they're going to get something. Then you use them again to further the next stage of the agenda. Let's have global socialism, but we'll still run the show at the top, you know? And you'll all live in a kind of austerity. It'll be very equal because you'll all be equally poor, you see. equally poor. But, nevertheless, the ones at the top will be incredibly rich because they're the masters that manage money, and they manage international corporation. And you do want your cell phones and things, don't you? Even if you're a radical Marxist, you want your cell phone and you want your computers and all your games and your pornography and all that kind of thing. Surely you do. So you don't mind us running it all for you, right? But at the bottom, you can all share in austerity. You can all be very austere. Well, if you help the revolution to happen for a little while, you get extra points and extra goodies, you see. But eventually they'll eliminate you. They always do. The truly radical types are chosen and radicalized because they're personality types. They're on the fringes. They wouldn't fit into any society for long. If you look at the old photographs of Lenin, for instance, you'll see that Lenin, you'll see that all the original revolutionaries, the Bolsheviks, and group photographs and separate photographs, but still bunches of them and so on. And then over time, up to in Stalin's time, you see them actually airbrushing them out, different ones, just airbrushing them out. Like they didn't exist. That was the memory hole. As they eliminated the ones who had been used and were given all these positions of power in the NKVD, in the Cheka, and so on, before it came the later KGB. And the ones who were given those positions in the early days were mass murderers. They could never fit into any society for long. So for temporarily, for the reign of terror, because they always have a reign of terror on the public to get you to submit, they put these people in charge. But then once they have the whole system getting implemented, then they have to eradicate them, because these radicals that they put in charge are too dangerous. They like to slaughter, they like to kill, and nothing will make them happy or content, because they were misfits to begin with in any society. But initially, if you want revolution, these are the ones you pick. They're selected. Often they don't even know they've been selected for it. They think they've just fallen into the right groups and similar minds. They don't even know they've been selected to be radicalized, some of them. They don't know. There's an awful good movie, a series actually, it's a British series. They can give you an insight into really deep intelligence systems and the techniques which they use to rule. And regardless of what you think of Britain, I mean, I got out of Britain, I saw it collapsing long ago. The city of London still goes on, it's still a banking capital of the planet for investments, for across the world, it's the city of London, eh? And you can't beat their intelligence systems again, with intergenerational intelligence operatives that go back through, maybe a couple of 100 years or more, descended from them. Tremendous educational systems to train them. They're very secretive, but they exist, of archives. They've archived their own secret universities with archives of incredible teachings to train them. And there are different levels of them too. You have the ones from what they call the better class families, very class conscious. And you have the ones going down into lower right down to the red brick university types. So you have the granite and Ivy League, and then down to red brick type for the common folk, the working people. And then you have other ones too that train them in a kind of collegiate type for real street work, to infiltrate little groups. They were the lower level ones, but they're all totally sworn and well trained for what they do. So I mentioned before about a movie. It was called The Last Enemy, from Britain. A good was it 1 or 2 or 3 part series with a good story to it, which showed you even back in 2009 or 10, whenever it was made, how GCHQ could operate with thousands of people and know everybody, everything that was going on. Every keystroke on every computer was all monitored. And instant retrieval. Instant retrieval. So it showed a lot of the workings there, including creating a virus to give to people in different countries, knowing they would eventually try to get into Britain illegally. And they could trace them that way, because they could test positive for the particular virus. You could even tell what area they came from, you know. So you have stories within stories, but in the process of it, they show you a lot of technology and utter confidence that they have of the fact that there's nothing about any of you out there that they don't know. Even if you put masks on and put black outfits on and go rioting, they still know who you are. And they'll use you. But another one too is awfully good, and you've heard of the one that was put out by Mel Gibson. And it's called The Edge of Darkness, about shenanigans of big corporations in the atomic energy field. And in it, he's an ex-cop or a retired cop, and his daughter belongs to a radical group. It's an interesting story. In the time of the Gaia idea, you know, by Lovelock, the planet will turn on people, and the friends of the earth and all these groups are going to be warriors. You see, kind of Marxist warriors to save the world by eliminating a good chunk of the population. That's how was he going to do it? Eh? So man again was the enemy, Club of Rome. So in the Mel Gibson one, it was naturally shortened into an hour and a half or whatever. But the series they did in Britain years before, back in the 80s, was, I think, a 6-part series, and well done. And it brings into the actual play or the movie a few different agencies, intelligence agents, who all know each other. They're the stratas and their names and so on, of their actual agencies, including the interaction between the US agents and CIA and etc. to do with the atomic energy field. And you'll see how each agency is working with other agencies and sharing data and files and secret files on everybody and everything. But you'll also see them trying to pull little moves on other agencies to get more from a different country, the other countries involved, like America, and vice versa. You see all, and you all see them sacrificing sometimes their own operatives in the field. To sacrifice them when you want rid of them. They know a little too much sometimes. If you're set on a certain job, you start to figure out what's really going on above what you've been told, and so they sacrifice them, but without a problem. And you see the psychopathic nature of the characters at the very end, how they discuss people in general, and people who've been used and wiped out to attain goals that some of them who are now wiped out or died out of radiation or whatever had no idea that they were getting used for these purposes. This is perfect manipulation and field management of radical groups, even into the radicalization of groups. And I think the plot eventually was that the cop's daughter with a group had gone in to try to find a hot cell in an era where Britain was taking in recycled fissionable material, and they have a way of actually recycling the stuff, making it all potent, full strength again, and selling it off during Maggie Thatcher's time. So they get in there. They don't know that they've been set up to go in the first place, and that the old miner that helps to bring them in to how to get down to this underground base, you see, where the real work was done on the basically the cells, these radioactive cells, isotopes. The guy who led them in was like a labor union leader, working class type, but they don't know till halfway through or towards the end that he was a member also of the secret. He'd been inducted into the British system to protect the atomic energy system. And he led these characters in, and they got flushed out eventually with radioactive water, and most of them died. And but it was so amazing. Towards the end, you find out, I hate to even mention it in case anybody wants to see it, but the father, who goes through all this detective work to find out what was happening, he was so naive in that area, etc., and to find out that his daughter had been set up to be killed and all the rest of it with the group that she worked with, rather than have it exposed. Then he gets involved with a ex-CIA guy who's got a bit rogue. And the CIA guy comes out with some plutonium in a case at the end of it. I won't tell you the rest of it there, but it isn't until later on you find out that the different groups, organizations, including the higher levels of the CIA, wanted them to do that. They used them to do it, to get the plutonium out, because it was going to get banned to an extent, but they wanted the plutonium. They couldn't do it because of the legal restrictions, etc. So they used a group to go in thinking they were going to agitate and steal it and expose it to the public, what was going on. But no, everybody gets used, and folk never figure this out in real intelligence work. They never figure it out. Remember a few years ago, in fact, I think a fellow came out and gave a lot of good information out at the time. I think he came out with his partner, and MI5 I think he was in. Although he did some international work as well, which is MI6. But he gave some good talks on things that were wrong at the time. He had been reprimanded and so on. Sometimes that's used as a tactic to get people to believe they are, or they have gone rogue and they've had a slap on the wrist or they're getting punished, and then they try and recruit them too. That's very common as well, you know. So you have to always be wary of these kind of things. But he gave a lot of good information out. But his job for years had been to infiltrate the left-wing groups, and then to manipulate them to do things like what has been talking about in the movie version. That's what they do. So in The Edge of Darkness, the British version, they show you some of the techniques that are used. It's quite interesting to watch, including the old computer system they used to use, which is there too in London. There's anybody who was under total surveillance went through that one computer years ago. I'm sure it's all changed these days. No, the folk have no idea. They're getting used, monitored and spied upon and manipulated. And it's done so professionally by experts who are trained in this way that they'll never fathom out. So they've all been used to the bitter end. Even when it happens, they just can't fathom it. That's quite some, isn't it? That's perfect manipulation and understanding, as I say, of the dark arts, as they like to call it. And there's no one you could trust. You would never know who was genuine. You know. That's generally how it is. So there's always a double, triple, quadruple game going on, and even higher levels of that to get things done eventually, and by using people like pawns who never figure out they're being used. That's good intelligence work, as they call it, you see. And I'm sure if you really looked into, as I've said before, when I put the articles up where it had the financing for Black Lives Matter, millions and millions of dollars coming in from the top corporations, for goodness sake. Even after the leaders of the BLM movement came out and admitted publicly that they're trained Marxist organizers. Well, again, trained to overthrow the existing system, eh? And trained using all other kinds of groups, anything to create splits and divisions, including their gender identity, anything they can use, they use it. It's nothing to do with what they tell you. They say the argument is irrelevant. It's all about the revolution, stupid. You see, everyone's fighting each other over points of this or points of that or morality. No, this is all division to create chaos, rather than have folk unified for one cause. That's how it's done. Standard stuff. But he's the top wealthiest corporations. All of them. Including all the ones presently that you're allowed to get your food from. Everything else has been closed. That's just coincidence, of course. And throwing money at them. And it goes eventually as well to the Antifa groups, which are really, and a lot of them really think that they're having a communist revolution at the bottom level. Standard stuff. And the ones in the lead, amongst the ones who are the radical, the ones who want to go kill people, because there are lots of them out there. These are the ones on the fringes, you see, who've been recruited for that purpose, just like the Bolshevik revolution. there's a real the intelligent organizers who goad them into doing all the radical, nasty, evil, criminal work and getting caught. But these actual workers behind the scenes won't get caught themselves. They're highly paid indeed. And they're a lot more from intelligence agencies. But yeah, this is a revolution on behalf of those who already rule the world. Most of the food supplies, the banking industry, commerce completely. Everything you need, even the food industry, the big agri-food businesses, not the little farmers. It all goes to the middlemen. And they decide on the price and what you're going to pay in the stores and all the rest of it. I mean, everything you need for living and basic existing, including fuel for heating in the winter, these are the characters who are funding communism. And you're not supposed to notice. You're supposed to get bogged down in COVID, which is part of it. It's like the resetting of the economy, which means the resetting of all human methods of existence. That's what it's about. It isn't just a time for devaluating the currency. It's from that comes austerity, the plan I talked about years ago from the United Nations, different quarters too. The so-called intelligence agency cells, they call themselves think tanks. You see, they advise governments. And I used to give these talks and all years ago. The coming austerity, they weren't kidding, And here you go. Well, there's going to be famine, and I've got to get into austerity now and post-consumerism. Remember Maurice Strong, again picked up by Rockefeller, trained and groomed by him, to be the guy who really would bring you into austerity, and by reducing energy, all kinds of energy to houses and stuff. Long story there too, but the fact is, Maurice Strong was no happy friend of you, believe you me. And again, he was for left-wing socialism, set up by one of the richest men on the planet, Rockefeller. Yeah. No, these are agents. These are agents, you see, they're front agents. And they're given these roles to play, and that's what they do, and to fulfill. Maurice Strong gave you agenda, a good part of the Agenda 21, the Millennium Project. That's who started it all. He gave you the Rio Conference. They gave you sustainability and no rights for humans, but rights for animals and trees and everything else. But of course, their agencies would decide on the levels of rights, to what species, etc. Playing God again. And Maurice Strong himself, his family were related to the ones who overthrew the China dynasties and brought in communism. Long lines of intergenerational revolutionaries. And again, the beauty of revolution is that the ones who do the revolution on the streets never figure it out. They really don't figure it out, that they're not in charge, because they're young. And it's easy to get them all stirred up for a cause, you see, very easy. And they fall for it time after time. And then, of course, they're disposed of once those that they serve, they've helped those that they serve bring in the next part of the system. It's always the same group at the top who's changing their own system. It's not been taken over. There's only one group at the top. And this is their revolution, using COVID lockdown, destroying the economy. These are the richest folk on the planet. They're changing their system into the next phase of their system, and using Antifa and Black Lives Matter all at the same, across the world at the same time. It's their revolution. They have revolutions all the time. It might be 100, 200 years apart, but it's their revolutions. They're in charge of each phase of it. And they have to have a revolution because you, for the last 100 years, have thought that was normal, what you're in now, and your parents before you. No, it was their system. It was always their system. going back even to do you think it's just ramblings of guys like Francis Bacon, the New Atlantis? It's just ramblings, you think? Eh? Who pretty well set up the scenario for an America that would eventually run the world to an extent. But he did say, and quite, I mean, not a bad sci-fi writer for his era, eh? He says, yeah, he says, and there'd be machines under the ground that would create incredible energy that with the light of the sun, as he's described it in his book and so on. Yeah. They could create all kinds of weather by it. Oh, wow, eh? Quite an amazing thing, accomplishment for a guy who was writing with the best they had at the time, a candle. And he said too, of course, he said that there'd be a form of democracy that people would believe in, but in reality there'd be a secret government of scientific types who'd really rule the system, the show. I tell you. Huh? And you look at all the occultic symbols, and of course Francis Bacon wrote about, he learned Kabbalah, and even learned other languages to go with the Kabbalah. And he talked about that too, and who he learned from, and all that kind of thing. Long-term planning, eh? And then, so pretty well they accomplished it to an extent where everybody would look to this new nation, you know, as a pinnacle of virtue to follow. You see, it's a virtue thing, eh? To follow them, and you'd be so happy for them, the fact they brought you civilization and world commerce and so. But anybody who wouldn't join this kind of federation and be good and adopt the same kind of politics and so on and social regulations would be banned from the trade, like banning them from their free trade, you know? And so on and so on and so on. And so the US for a while got its lead, and was given its lead as again the policeman of the world, the running world commerce and lending to the world through its institutions, etc. And now it's time to take it down, eh? That part of it, I mentioned it before, eventually the US that has funded, I always think the mouse on the moon, that comedy, old comedy from the 50s or 60s, where this little country in the middle of Europe, a little unknown little place, broke, was poverty-stricken, and they wanted cash. They didn't even have running water, you see, in the castle. And so they just, how can we get money? Well, this is during the Cold War, America or Russia, they're always, giving money out to countries that they want to have as friends, and there as assets. So they put a rumor they were going to build a space, a rocket and so on. And the US immediately says, well, yeah, it'd be good public relations. They'll never get anywhere. They don't have the know-how. So we'll give them, $1 million. They've asked for, the national little country had asked for a few $1,000. We'll give them about $1 million, he says. And he says, and so they, back to the little country that was broke, and the Prime Minister's talking to his mum that was the Queen. And he says, yeah, they've given us $1 million. And she says, oh my goodness, you only asked for a few thousand. He says, oh, don't worry about it. It's every American's birthright to pay for the projects of every other country's ambitions. It's pretty well. And so yeah, it's every American's birthright to pay, through their taxes, all these great enterprises that their masters have worked out. And that's how it is, isn't it? So that the US literally has funded the United Nations and NATO for years and years and years, been the policeman of the world. And now it's time to move on to the world system. And as I've said, for years and years, America has to then submerge itself into the world system, which really it helped create through its various agencies. And across the world, you have a standardized system of austerity, which is kind of poverty, you see. But we'll still have its hotspots. Don't forget, too, that in Strategic Trends, the Department of Defense, 2008, I think it is, I came out with the article and put it up there. And it mentioned their projections for the future for the military, the think tank that worked for the military, about city-states, etc. And city-states are the things which will come out of, as that's the new phoenix you see rising, all these city-states, for the actual nation-state, just like Karl Marx said, just coincidentally, the nation-state would wither away. You think it's all coincidence? These things happen exactly the way they talked about making it happen a century, 2 centuries, a few centuries ago. You think it's all coincidence? No. So yes, getting back to the point of all, the elite who own the world, as far as you're concerned, is certainly they own everything in it that you need to live on. And all the corporations, they're all having their revolution to the next phase, you see, using COVID, total lockdown, the total destruction, complete destruction of the economy, post-consumerism. Maurice Strong said it too. We want you to bring the nation states back, before you eliminate them, but bring them back to pre-industrial levels of austerity, where folk really didn't have, but most of them were agricultural at one time, before industry, you see, before industrial revolutions, at much smaller populations, and lots of folk could die because they were so poor by the class system, etc. But that's where they want to bring you back to, and that was the wonderful Maurice Strong, where he wanted to bring you all back to as well, and all the other organizations that still exist. So you're not going to get a utopia. And literally, I'll put up too a link to General Flynn's talk, interesting little talk he gave, because very few people, if you notice, have come out from the top at all to try and even defend the nation state. Remember, the nation state under Marxism is to be utterly destroyed, because that's what the elite want. The richest folk want that for their own agenda. So Flynn came out and talked about 2%, I think, wanted to overthrow the entire population, and they could do it if no one else that the silent majority just don't do anything. And I understand where he's coming from, because regardless of agendas, etc., so much could be altered if people did stand up for themselves, obviously, against what appears to be a massive army. It's not a massive army at all. Again, it's perception management, and they bus the same crew in different states back and forth. Full-time employees, a lot of them. They're not starving. You know? They're getting paid from different sources, obviously, well-funded. But it appears on, if you're watching TV, of course, it would be, oh my God, they're everywhere. No, not really. The hardcore agitators, the ones who are trained, not just for agitation, but to goad into complete rebellion to try to get a rebellion against Marxism, because that's what they want you to do, is to attack them, or even defend yourself would be called attack. So you can't lose, really, because you're going to lose it anyway unless you do something at all. So General Flynn came out and pretty well said it, and what was interesting to me was that's the one little caveat again, in the big plans of mice and men, is the US. I'll put up again a link to that a reporter gave years ago from the Council on Foreign Relations, talking about the need to do an end run around the Constitution. In other words, ignore it, just build laws around it, and almost like burying it in a whole bunch of overlapping strands that would just have, like a ball of wool, bury it with new legislation. Just ignore it, which would, even though you're ignoring it, still legally you could throw it all off and say no, this is all illegal, and don't debate it, don't take it to court, just get rid of it. That's what you'd have to do. You have no time to mess around. But I'll put that one up too. But back to Flynn, people don't know. I don't think folk really know, because I haven't really read all the different letters to do with Confederation and of the United States of America, by the people who founded it and so on. But so many of them talked about it was a republic they'd chosen, you see. And a republic, it wasn't just any old republic, it based it on ancient Rome. And in ancient Rome, you had the Senate, which was a kind of nobility. Some people could work towards it through good works and get into it. Most of it, though, was hereditary, you know. Everything ends up corrupt. But regardless, the Senate was to debate all changes and also debate things that had to be done, like more grain being brought in, because ancient Rome had a massive world army, very much like the US became, and bases across the entire planet, again, very much like the United States has right now. And they were getting exhausted towards the end by taxing. They taxed every country they went into because they were so corrupt inside their own country in Rome that the money was vanishing all over the place, just like now. It's no different. But regardless, occasionally when it got so bad and people were in poverty and there was a problem with the people at the bottom would be rebelling because they were starting to starve, you would get a person coming out to restore the republic. Now the republic had a set of rules that were to keep the system intact, not to be changed, but to keep it intact. The basic regulations of rights and wrongs, basically. But the system itself, it was spelled out in bold lettering, put it that way, into what it was supposed to do. And sometimes when the Senate became so corrupt, it always happens in society, it doesn't matter if it was even communist, exactly the same, but it was so corrupt that things were just not working and were falling apart. And often the armies were kind of stranded in different countries without even getting orders as to what to do next and stuff like that, or having supplies sent to them, or even pay. Because of the corruption in Rome, they were oblivious and had their parties and their debauchery. And you know, at the end, it was so debauched that Rome had to try and decree that the nobility who ran Rome, ancient Rome, must marry and must have children, because they didn't want children. They were aborting their children by then too. You know. That's what always ends up being, and women with women, men with men. It was amazing. It's amazing to read it, you know, the rise and fall of the Roman Empire and all the other things that happened at the time. It was amazing to read it. And Caligula, of course, with his antics as well, everything else was just wallowing, waiting for orders and instructions from their base, you know, all the other armies. But it was so bad that the Senate too would often confiscate farmland for their own use, you see. Or even early attempts of senators to get big businesses going by taking over farms and trying to get other guys to manage them collectively and bring them into one, like we've watched through the whole 20th century, the same con being pulled in America and across the world, where hundreds and hundreds of farms in certain states are demolished, really put out of business by the banks and loans and so on, and then in comes the characters who work along with them, and they get them for peanuts, amalgamate them, and they have a big consortium, and that's how they manage it, really. Well, that happened in ancient Rome, and the Senate was so corrupt, and of course the folk in the rural areas were so sick of it all, they gathered their pitchforks and so on, ready for rebellion, and in would come a tyrant. A tyrant wasn't a bad thing to have at times. It was often a general from the military who knew the rules and knew the laws. And his job then would be to use a martial law scenario. Round up all the crooks of the day. If they had open rebellions inside the city, he'd round them up as well. Rebellions often, again, too, are fomented by psychopaths who know there's a lot of discontent. They use the discontent and they become the leaders of the people, you know, because they want the power. They want to become the new emperor. That always happens in every society and every year. Anyway, the tyrant would lay down the law, clean the streets up, stop them pillaging, and etc. Things were going on. It's always the same scenario, you see. And they might reside there for years as a tyrant before they start to give away ultimate authority back to the Senate again. That happened on and off over different centuries, not just in Rome, other places too. So the U.S. was modeled after that. So really, and if someone tries to subvert the laws of the foundation of the nation, which are meant to be cut in stone forever, and if you saw them changing, then something's going on that shouldn't be going on, you see, then you're supposed to get someone coming in to put it straight again. And that's the whole idea of enemies foreign and domestic. And that's why Benjamin Franklin said to the people when they came out of the hall after the big meeting, and supposedly in the history books they say that he was asked by the people outside who couldn't get in, it was a closed meeting. And he says, what kind of government have you given us? And he said, a constitutional republic, or a republic if you can keep it. Because history shows you that there's always power-hungry freaks who want to take it over through any means possible, and any excuse possible, and for their own ends, by using the mob, as they say. So, yeah, the US can, if they want to, bring in their own tyrant to set things straight. And it's rather amazing for the whole world's been watching the United States. It's been living on Hollywood for too long with all these movies of the proud American, and John Wayne, because John Wayne wouldn't have stood for that, as you well know, in his movies. But that era has been tossed out the window, unfortunately, in a sense. I would say unfortunately because it gave you some decent morality and decent role models at times as well. And instead of the ones you'd have given you today. But Hollywood has gone totally debauched for a long time. And it's all for, again, world government and communism. Because the Soviets released documentaries after the supposed fall of their version of the Western culture, which they copied. Because the West kept saying, we look what we can do. We can have totally nude movements we want in the West, and all this modern art where people can have eyes on their chins and things, you see. Russia didn't want to go at that level, but they wanted to still have control of the culture, so they gave them the miniskirt eventually. It took them years later, but the miniskirt promoted the sexual aspect and exhibited nothing like the West. And they even had in the documentaries, they had some of the people they put up as pop stars for Russia too, you see, and guitarists and things like that. As they tried to compete and says, well, we're not completely morbid over here and that kind of thing. But in the documentary, they did admit that they couldn't believe how debauched all the stuff coming out of Hollywood was. Bezmenov knew it too, because it was part of the agenda. The communism knew how to use and destroy cultures by using the agendas that were used in the West. They promoted them, and they would forbid them in their own countries, because they knew it would destroy the people. If the people were destroyed, then there's no more Soviet Union to lord over, you see. And that's how it's done. Quite amazing. But anyway, what you're seeing, and I keep getting back to it, what are the chances of having a COVID disease? One of the many COVIDs out there that cause no problems generally, And you're going through all that. The economies across the world have been closed down to bring in a whole new system, right? A global reset. And the global reset crew at the World Economic Forum have said it quite plainly. They're using this COVID idea to restructure society, sustainability, everything. And at the same time, then they give you the unleashing, like something that was planned years ago and trained. These guys are trained for quite a few years to unleash the Antifa groups on society, to intensify the chaos, you see. All these things would not happen at the same time. And again, the whole world's looking back and say, well, the US doesn't seem to be doing anything about it. What happened to them? Eh? Then they play the legal game. Oh, you can't bring any excess troops into your states. It's a law. And the people who are telling you that are taunting you with it because they're joining the rioters. And they call them protesters. But look at Portland. It's still being burned. And they're going after. I'll put some articles up where you actually see they're attacking women, elderly women, who are trying to put fires out in their homes that the Antifa's sent alight. Oh, in their protests, sorry, yeah. We're watching this farce, eh? And the world can't believe it, that they're not trying to stop it. They don't seem to be, you know? So General Flynn, as it came out, as I said, and he's starting to speak the ultimatum. And he's speaking to the general populace because, do you really want 2% in the public, or even less than that, to overthrow your whole way of living? It's not living. If they get in charge, believe you me, what the Bolsheviks do and communists do is they get rid of the established order, the folk who might come against them. That's where their enemy at the moment is the police. And then the mayors, etc., in the States are saying, abolish the police. Well, hey, that leaves it wide open for a complete communist takeover. And when there's no more police or whatever, the communists then send out their own people to round folk up and execute them. We know this. This is not rocket science. This is what they've always done in the past. What's so interesting is they're not deviating from the old system here. They really are not. It's quite amazing to see this. And people really are scratching their heads and say, wait a minute here, I mean, if there's nothing at the top to stop it, then it's going to be everybody at the bottom. Every man for himself. It's quite interesting to observe all this happening, isn't it? And you know, and of course, if you go against them, they say, well, see, they attacked us. That's a standard technique in Marxist rebellion, is to try and goad the authorities to use force against them. Then all the media will scream, oh, look what they've done to us. So they want it to happen. This is all standard textbook stuff. And it is quite fascinating to watch it. So the elite want it to happen. Obviously, the Antifa groups know it. They're getting funded by them. And all the top corporations, again, they're getting the funding from them in Black Lives Matter. They've got their mayors bought and paid for by higher authorities, obviously, who want to disband the police, and then they can get on with their elimination of everybody they want to eliminate. Nothing's going to stop it then. And then the rabid ones that are being put out in front, the attack dogs, will have their day, and then eventually they in turn are eradicated once they've established or got rid of most of opposition, eliminated them. Then they're eliminated gradually, and then they're airbrushed out the photographs and so on and so on. Standard stuff. And you have the intelligence agencies, including Silicon Valley, is all part of the same structure, including Google, etc., etc. They know who everybody is. Absolutely, they know who everybody is. And for anyone in this day and age to think that it's like was it the Who that sung talking about my generation? Everybody around the age of 18 thinks they're on the cutting edge of something. They know things that adults just don't know. That's what you think. That's why you're going to succeed. They have no idea what's going on really, but way above them. And they're given rope. They're given their lead, you see. And they're given rope, and they'll keep run with it, and thinking that they're really on a roll, they're really changing the world all by themselves, eh? Except for the leaders who are smirking at themselves, because they won't get the chop eventually. Quite amazing times to watch all. And the behaviourists are involved in it too, because in behaviourists, mind you, some of the best behaviourists work with all the intelligence agencies. Again, they're master manipulators, because they understand human behaviour and how to use you without even knowing that you're being used in 100 different ways. And again, that edge of darkness is quite interesting. The guy who's the father of the girl who was one of the revolutionaries then, by the way, who were invited in. They thought they were breaking in, but they're actually getting led in to be killed off, and for other reasons as well. The father himself initially was no naive character. He had worked supposedly in the book form, because it's from a novel, but he'd worked in intelligence agencies in Northern Ireland as an example, and his job was to go in and recruit people to be informers within and train them inside the IRA. You know. He'd be kind of psychopathic himself to an extent. You can if you're brought up in a psychopathic milieu, you'll take on the traits of the psychopath, and if you're trained into a narrow field of view, you won't think it's wrong. You'll behave like a psychopath. So he knew how to get the field agents going and look after them, right down to, and he says it's even in the 6-part series. If a person gets hurt, one of the people that you're running these agents now, you see, and you want to get information out of them, you'd be everything to them. You'd be a husband, a husband to, if it's a male too, a husband to them, or a wife to them. Next, you're everything to their mother, father, everything to them, and they'll open up to you and spill secrets, etc. Under certain circumstances, right down to holding their hands and stroking their cheek and so on, their face. And that's how you have no idea. You have no idea how they're trained to do all this kind of stuff. Not at all. Anyway, I probably prattled on too much about that, maybe. I don't know. But it is interesting to watch it unfold. But don't forget, you just don't get a COVID thing coming out. And with all the data or fudged figures, I'll even touch on that again. It's been admitted from Britain. They've been rather exaggerating a lot of the figures. And even the conservative numbers they give you now, or the drop of 10% decrease in... come on, we know what's going on. When Hancock said himself that people forget in Britain, it says 10,000 folk die every month here, and if you tally it up, if that's the case, if that's normal death rate, because folk are dying all the time and folk are getting born all the time. This is birth and death, then really, if it started off in January, you got about 70,000 folk would die off anyway, up to the present, under any circumstances. But now they're putting them all down as COVID, you see. But you don't get the COVID idea, as I say, and the revolutions getting unleashed across the world, all and using racial attacks, etc., to do it as well. All predictable from long ago, absolutely predictable. And then you at least at the right time, and you want the folk to just be stunned by this magic act. No, everything can be reclaimed very quickly if people wanted it to be. And it'd be interesting to see if Flynn and others start to come forward now and won't go ahead with it. If not, then you've consented to communism and all the horror that will come with it, And that's why you must always leave the public to themselves. Eventually, leave them to themselves. When they don't want to know or don't want to listen or whatever. because they acquiesce to their own disasters and future and terrible slavery by their silence. That's what they call the silent majority. And again, most folk being people, or sheeple at times, take the path of least resistance, which is just shut up and keep your head down and comply everything's done until literally you're walking backwards or you're running backwards with compliance, you see. Because you'll never please the masters, you see. And then what do you do? What will you do when it's all going to hell in the handbasket? Grovel and say how good you are, maybe we can throw you more bread or something. I mean, it's not going to work. You're dealing with an ideology which has no pity in it. In fact, pity is something that's to be drummed out of those who really rule it. It's beyond impartiality. And mind you, they use psychopaths at that level. But yeah, they have no compassion. You are an enemy. If you are not one of them, you're an enemy. And they mean a life and death enemy. That's what they mean by that. There's no coexistence with it. That's what they're taught, and they believe it. They will not coexist with you or anybody else unless you're one of them, and that you parrot completely from their textbooks, all their different quotes that they just parrot off like 4 legs good, 2 legs bad, from Orwell's Animal Farm. And that's where you're going with it all. Now remember, folks, again, I've got to keep reminding myself at times that you can donate to me if you go into cuttingthroughthematrix.com and see how to do it. And you've got electronic means to send it. You can send cash or checks. It's all fine by me. And you can buy books and discs, or you can just do straight donations to me, because these are dire times that we're going through. I need the cash to keep running all my different sites, and hopefully I'll get another. I'll get some better equipment now too, because we're into the big phase now of this is it. And it's important to keep going right now, because you've got to be true to yourself, before anything else. You've got to do that. If you keep walking backwards or accepting, as I say, the easy way out, the easy way out may be easy temporarily until you find yourself going into the slaughterhouse. You're following the Judas goat, as they call it. That's how it's done. You're complying until you can't walk backwards anymore. You can't even get out of the maze. That's how you'll be run by it all. And again too, even if you had enough people and some tyrant type character, to restore order or whatever, you got to realize too that you are in a life and death battle already. I hope you understand, because I've said before, you don't realize that the people at the top are a society. They are a society, secretive, not totally secret, but secretive. And the ones that do all their bidding for them are definitely secretive, but we can see more of them, who they are. The ones who give us our marching orders, basically, on behalf of the elite, you see. And the so-called philanthropists that the Council on Foreign Relations said it was time for them to take their place in helping to govern the world a few years ago. I remember doing the story years ago. And here they are. Suddenly you're supposed to obey them, these super rich people. They really are not geniuses at all, but they're just front people, well-backed financially, just like Epstein was too, mind you, for his role. And you're supposed to obey them. And they get lots of public, just like Einstein again, the star-making machinery, make them into stars, and give them little talks and TED Talks and things, and then obey them, because they're obviously very bright people, simply because they've got all these millions of dollars or billions, and they must be bright, you see. So why don't you just obey them and stop trying to have your own ideas and impressions of things, eh? As Bertrand Russell says, you train the public to believe in experts for everything. Well, we're here. We're trained, yeah. But yet you remember that if these characters at the top, they're funding literally terrorist movements, overthrow. I mean, what's the definition of a terrorist movement? Using radical techniques of rioting, killing, burning, looting to achieve objectives. Huh? Political overthrowing of the system, the current system, to put themselves in charge. They think. Huh? But the ones who are financing it all, if you look what happened after 9/11. Let's just stay in this little area for a minute or two. After 9/11, they brought on all the laws against it. Well, we've got to survey everybody, the whole population. Anybody could be a terrorist. You might not know you are one yet yourself. So, well, I guess that's right. Very, again, Orwell, you know. I didn't know myself till my daughter found out I was speaking in my sleep. I didn't know I had these terrorist thoughts. So here we are, all these years later, we got acclimatized to that. But all your transactions have been watched like crazy. And right up to the present, if you take any money from what they've stated as a terrorist organization, even as a donation or whatever, then you're under suspicion immediately. Well, look at all the well-known corporations that have been throwing millions and billions to the Antifa and Black Lives Matter groups, the two radical communist organizations or Marxist organizations. You better understand something. The ones at the top have sworn allegiance to this agenda. Sworn allegiance, totally. Just like Bush Jr. did with his PNAC group from 9/11 onwards, with all the list of countries they were starting to take out. By taking the US into definitely unconstitutional wars, and definitely for lying reasons. It came out during the inquiry. I said, I never said that Saddam Hussein had anything to do with 9/11. You see, I just said he was a bad man. We're better off without him. That's what but no, at the time he did say, oh yeah, he's behind all that too, you know. Born liar, eh? But he had a whole bunch of born liars with him in the PNAC group. And dedicated guys who'd sworn again allegiance to getting this agenda through, regardless of the cost to anything or anybody else. And I remember an interview Bush Jr. years later said, he says, when he was out of office, he says, I remember telling so-and-so, I know who it was. He says, if the American public ever find out what we've been up to, they'll chase us down the streets with ropes in their hands. That's what he said. That was the lion ear of weapons of mass destruction and all that. All fuzzy pictures and, that's definitely a rocket launcher. All those lies, eh? They were sworn on board with it, all of them. Because if it came out what they'd all sworn an oath to, what choice would you? You'd have to deal with them. And everyone at the top is part in the same story. The peaceful protests. Have you seen Portland? It's still going on. It's 70-odd days, I think, isn't it? So it's quite something. And you'd have to, obviously, see, why are you funding terrorist organizations? So, yeah, the problem with the US, like every other country, has been it's so corrupt for so long. So long, you know. And one thing is true as well. I can remember in the 90s I talked about the corruption everywhere. And I said that the Tower of Babel, I says, is a tall tower. I said we get plundered with the banks at least twice a century. Always. It's regular stuff. It's more now, actually. Yeah. And so you can't get ahead of anything. The folks, their savings are always wiped out, if they have any at all, through inflation, where you need more and more money to buy the same basic necessities. So the currency is always getting devalued. So no point in saving it. What you can buy for $1 today is a fraction, tiny fraction of what you could buy maybe 20, 30 years ago. And you go way back into the 100 odd years ago. And so on and so on. This is the con game of money, how it's worked out by the monopolists at the top. And I said, this tower, where they used nation before, they used Britain for years and years for all their wars, eh? Not just Britain, though. They used France at one point too. They had stakes in Holland, and every country has a little empire in some part of the globe that had taken over in its colonial days. But don't think that somehow Africa was spared, because Africans were always on the warpath with other tribes too, and areas, and they had their little empires on the go as well within Africa. So don't pretend that no one, that they were this innocent of it all. And then you have the Native Americans in Canada and the States, and they lived on battling with other tribes, you know. So no one's immune from this, you know. That's been the standard way everywhere you look. But the corruption goes to such an incredible state from the 1970s onwards, I say, with corporate corruption like you wouldn't believe, and with wars that the people should never be involved in. Because they're literally, the ones who rule the world use your nations and your armies as though it's their own personal little armies. That's how they see it. You're there to protect their business, their empire abroad. But you pay for it all. They take all the profits from raw resources and everything else that they have. But they hand you the tab for the military and the expensive and the equipment and everything, you know. So corrupt, incredibly corrupt. Never mind the constant drain on the public until you get less and less back home. You're paying so much in taxes for all of this. And I said that with the bank crashes and the corruption, the Tower of Babel is just swaying in the breeze now, held together by Band-Aid and Scotch tape. It's had so many repairs to it, temporary, but you can't last forever like that. And here you are now, eh? But as I say, the elite knew they would get to this stage, because I've done this before, done through time, to get into this stage. And they're transforming it into the next phase of their own domination again. So it is their revolution at the top, sure it is. And all you're left with is there any will inside the US and elsewhere just to shrug this off, to stop it? And if you stopped it, you'd have to, like Bush said, chase them down the streets if they find out what we've been up to. You'd have to see what were you corporations, what were you thinking of when you're funding these organizations that are burning cities and threatening people? You'd have to, wouldn't you? It'd be interesting to see what's going to happen. You see, I tend to look at it like a bystander looking at all of society, because you think it's unique. The only things that are unique are the times and little changes in here and there, but it's always the same type of revolution. The radicalization of the youth done in exactly the same way. And then, as Besmanov said, once it's all over, you have to go out and eliminate the real radical ones that were doing the killings and the violence. They were getting off on the violence. They enjoy it, you see. And they have to be dealt with once you bring in the peace after you've conquered. You bring in the peace. I'm talking about the revolutionaries. When they bring in their communist system, then they get eliminated by their own people, because they can't live in a peaceful system. Nothing new under the sun, they say, eh? And that's why you can always use them by the elite themselves. They can always plan I wonder if they've had, how many other revolutions they have planned over the next century or two for their own next phase and next phase, you see. Interesting thought. So it truly is an amazing time to witness all of this and to have maybe a deeper insight in some into what's really happening and where it will go, and the different possibilities too that are more remote, but they're still there regardless. If people suddenly have some kind of revival of some kind to oppose it all, and that's what you would need. And to counter that, though, you also have this amazing thing going on with Donald Trump, who's still prattling on about Russia, Iran, China, and he hasn't mentioned Syria, but I know the people behind him. It's the same list, the PNAC group, folks. The same list that Obama ran with, too. The same list that Bush Jr. ran with, all the different parties all on board in the same agenda. And the folk really are just so sick and tired of war across the Middle East especially. It's a money pit, never mind a futile pit for the people back home, and the incredible debt that it's costing, etc. So they're watching all of this, and yet they don't have someone at the top, and because that has literally stopped that whole area. The folk were so, it's a 30 years war, for goodness sake. Yeah, you had the lockdown of Iraq with the no flyovers after the Desert Storm for a 10-year period, and then the full invasion after 9/11 in 2003. They did, I think they did Iraq, but they did Afghanistan first, and they had the troops ready to go into Afghanistan before 9/11 hit. And everything. It's a list, you see. It's a list that General Wesley Clark talked about. And they haven't changed the list. And it makes no sense to the general public because it's got nothing to do with with America's values or rights or whatever, or necessities at all. That's the whole problem with it. As I say, you have to really understand it. You seldom will figure out what huge intelligence agencies are up to. Seldom. Because they're brought up, I think they're raised in a different reality from birth, probably, most of them. And definitely within the families they are. They know a completely different view on everything than you have. And they'll understand their own reason. They'll figure them out as to why you're into these countries and so on. Very quickly. But you won't. You know. But just the cost of it all, that alone, is we're already into a post-industrial society, and now you're going to go into a post-consumerist society where you're just going to get basic essentials, you see, if you're lucky. Then the folk just can't figure it out at all, you know. They can't. They can never figure out they're living in an agenda, living through a script, as I've said so many times. It's a script, step by step by step. And however they behave, is most folk again just go along with the flow. They can't figure it out, so they go along with the flow. The path of least resistance. That's what they do. So it'll be interesting when you have generals talking about other ways to bring back the Constitution. So, well, really, the U.S. itself hasn't been following it for years themselves, regardless of the party. They're following a different agenda, obviously. Don't forget that Bush Jr., from the time of 9/11 onwards, was quite open about it. He didn't want to get any intelligence come into his office. And he told that to the different intelligence agencies that were coming into. I don't want to hear anything that contradicts the fact that Iraq's a bad country and with a bad leader. Just give me the stuff I want to hear. And that's what you got. You know? And if Trump's going to continue and taking out Iran and so on, and the countries around there, we all know about it. And well, look at the fallout across the whole of Europe because of these wars. massive armies of young men coming in for years and years and years. This is all worked step by step. We do this, this will cause this, and do that, that'll cause that. That's what intelligence agencies do. And we know that it's that the elite intelligence agencies that want a global system and the eradication of borders. It's time for that phase now. That's what they say. And it's their system. They don't care what you think. Not at all. You're still thinking you can vote and have rights and all that. And, no, they don't believe in that at all. So yeah, where would it end and start and end, if they... But regardless, for those at the bottom, they're used like a battering ram against society, who really think, and again, they're all getting managed by the well-trained ones above them, and the groups, the ones that do the actual overt violence, and you can see it on camera and all that, they know who every single one of these people happens to be. And like, just so you'll see in Edge of Darkness, all these movements are full of infiltrators, agents, and you'll never know who they are. You'll never ever suspect them. Some of them will be the leaders, in fact. They won't do the events themselves, the real violent, but you'll do it for them, and then you get in trouble down the road. This is all old stuff. Old stuff. And a lot of these groups, by the way, years ago were funded by their own governments. Quietly funded by them. But there you go. That's the world in which we live. We're always, I don't want to harp on about management, but we're always managed. I look at China, and I looked at the so-called third world countries around there, in the Far East, kept in poverty. Not just because they're poor, they're kept in poverty. They were kept in poverty, almost like if you imagine the world being a kind of timeline, and the elite are saying, well, we'll move out of Britain and Germany and different countries, and we'll move eventually over to the Far East and different countries. Well, you keep them poor for maybe 50 years. You pay off everybody who rules over them. They're all in everything's so corrupt and easily. Bribes go a long way in these countries. And that's what they did with India for such a long time as well, And so you can keep them poor, and people in their countries will make sure to stay poor. And then maybe 50 years down the road, with the next generation or even a third generation, who knows, you can use that crew of poor folk to do the industry. You see, that's how it's done. I'm not kidding you. That really is how it's done. And again, the folk never figured that out. Occasionally you'll get the exposés coming out to the general public, like Confessions of an Economic Hitman. Remember, that was a guy who went into the countries on behalf of the World Bank and the IMF and the big international corporations that worked with your intelligence agencies, and they tried to buy over some leaders at times. They'll put them in, or if they hadn't done already, or they'll buy them over and bribe them over, and then they call it, why won't you do this for us? And if you said no, you see, and you owed them money to the World Bank or the IMF and that, then they say, oh, you better do what we tell you, we'll send in the jackals. So his job was to try to convince them to go along and just pay up and let them do what they wanted to do, these other countries that had a stake in their country. Or they send in the jackals. And he talked about it quite openly. He's maybe psychopathic himself to do a job like that in the first place, But that's how things really are. That's how it is. But yeah, that's how the long-term business plans with empires and countries and nations. But now we don't even need the countries, just empires of business. They can keep a whole area of the planet in poverty for another. They'll keep them in poverty another 50 years and 75 years, and by that time, my son-in-law or my grandson will be in charge and whatever, and he'll reap the benefits of that, and we'll move in there when he's in his prime, and use the cheap labor. That's how you do things. You see. You never think of it because you've been trained from birth to be naive. You've been trained from birth, as I said before, to be domesticated. domesticated animals are trained and bred. Once you get ones that are more passive, you interbreed them and interbreed them in the cattle. And to get the perfect cow, they'll produce lots of milk and cause little fuss at all. You know? When you see the cattle of some parts of Latin America, they're more back to the natural state, and those things are pretty nasty. It doesn't matter if it's a cow or a bull; they can be pretty nasty. But the West has done more great, domestication and selective breeding, choosing them, the mating up of them. Just like they did with the bees to get a passive bee colony, so you can get the honey off them without too many stings. It's the same kind of idea, and it works awfully well. But you do the same thing with the population of people. Darwin talked about, he touched on these kind of thoughts, just like exercises of the mind sort of thing. And then his descendants, including Charles Galton Darwin, took it to the next level. And Charles Galton Darwin, who was a physicist, remember, who worked on the Manhattan Project, atomic bomb project in World War II, who came out with the next million years, saying that, and admitting what we all know, or we should know. He said, there's always been slavery, and there's always been slaves, and I don't see why it would ever end. It might take different forms of slavery, slightly disguised, so that folk if you train the public, they won't catch on, and that's what it. When you're a wage slave, for instance, that's a slave, a wage slave. And you're a good slave, because I've said in my talks in the 90s, I says, at one time they used to have whips, and guys with whips standing over trenches, who were digging trenches and irrigation things in Egypt, and that costs, it takes time, and then you pay the overseers, etc. And then you have to feed and clothe the slaves, and because they're expensive, if you've trained them, they've now got value. You don't want them to die, so you have to give them medical treatment. So that happened in the US too, during the slave times. And so they took care of them to an extent, you see. But eventually, that's what happened when they brought in the real entrepreneurs of money and commercial banking and commercial mercantile banking. Then they were advised in mid-1800s, rather than have slaves, that you have to pay all this money. That's loss of profit. Why don't you just give them a paycheck, just enough they can feed and clothe themselves and get to work, and then they have to pay for all that themselves out of their paycheck, and if they need medical treatment, then they have to pay for that themselves if they can afford it, and then you'll save a bundle of money. And that's why so they gave you, the worker, the right of the worker, the honest labour. Right? Then they started taxing it all back off from the government end as well, which was, of course, part of the definition of slavery. I mentioned that years ago. The same thing. That was illegal to actually tax someone's wage, because it was classed as slavery then, you see. Now, you can't tax someone's labour. The only ones that could tax in the US were people who worked for the government at one point, and incoming goods. Most of the money was from incoming goods, import duties. And that was plenty to keep everybody happy then. But once the new system came in with the real sharp men, coming in and en masse and seeing how they could do all the scams, that was it. They went very quickly into the same system of Britain. Britain had been sunk long ago, by the same monopoly characters. But folk again at the bottom generally never figure it out. Domesticated people, using all kinds of social sciences and studying the public to make them docile and to make them, not just docile, every little thing I touch on sometimes is a big talk in itself. But Aldous Huxley talked about it, didn't he? Getting back to Charles Galton Darwin, he said, yeah, there's always been slavery in some form or another. I don't expect why it would be any different in the future. And he was right in that. You can be in slavery and not recognize it in this day and age. You understand that? And he believed in his own class's right to rule over the rest, right down to population control of the rest, etc., and breeding the people for specific functions, just like Aldous Huxley mentioned in Brave New World, and Brave New World Revisited. It's a lot of it's already here. You see, it's implemented, but the first step is to keep people dumb and entertained. Give them their entertainment. Don't let them participate or create their own entertainment, which still keeps the mind active if you create your own, and keep them all stuck in their own little houses watching that Lucifer screen, the light screen, and keep them just their mouths open until they go to bed after coming home from, if they've got a job to come home from, and give them sports, give the men sports, you see, and that's also was touched on by Orwell. He said the people are kept, talking about his novel, he said, and the men are kept happy with beer and sports and so on. It was too easy to do. Well, it's all been done, you see. Domesticated. Don't think for yourself. You've got all these experts to tell you what the take is, the proper take is on any particular subject, you see. They'll give you your opinions. There's articles coming out now from the arrogant behaviourists that are paid awfully well with our tax money again to try to con us into complying with all vaccines and complying with everything and complying with experts and not to oppose them. Just do what you're told. One of them actually said that in Australia. It's just amazing, dude. It really is. You should never be bored in this day and age, especially now, watching all of this unfold, eh? But getting back to Trump again, I mean, the man is fixated, because that's part of the reason he was put in, was to continue these same wars, maybe even finish them off. And he's pushed for military going round your doors giving you vaccinations, he says. Does that sound like a man who's listening to the people? You get little clues through everything, even with the rioters or those who run the rioters. They're all saying to Trump, you can't bring the troops in to stop the riots. But have you heard them complaining about him saying he's going to put the military around giving door-to-door giving vaccinations? No. You get lots and lots of little clues about the fact that nothing's quite what it seems to be. So this is a testing time for most people to decide, who you are and what you're going to do. I read an article today put out by behaviourists themselves. It's almost like something that was put out for themselves, by themselves, as they discuss ways to make the people comply with what they want you to do. And through the COVID idea of shaming, all different techniques that they're going to really push hard now to shame the public and shun the public and get others to turn more and more on the general public within your own groups and so on. And even arrest people, This is the next step. It was all laid out long ago, actually, in Event 201, but even before that, back in the Rockefeller one, and the sciences that would be unfolding, etc. It was all in that too. So you're living through the script, and the whole idea of it just evolving is utter nonsense. But every step that this being unfolded now was planned and discussed. You can see the articles from years ago. Step by step by step by step, in stage 4, 5, 6, and 7, etc., right down to arresting people if they won't comply. But but these behaviourists now are coming out openly, and with ridiculous articles, like in Forbes, for instance, just saying that it's time the public stop think. Don't think for yourselves. You're not qualified to think for yourself. Listen to the experts, and it's pretty well saying that it's disobedient to think for yourselves. What I was talking about earlier, domestication of animals. To get a domesticated animal that's compliant and gives you less problems and hassle. Well, that's what the arrogance is phenomenally in your face right now from all these different sources. And the manipulators. Understand too, if you had a counter-revolution, you'd have to go after those who have funded it, promote it, and training, and who are behind it high up. You would have to do it. Of course you'd have to do it. And they know that too. That's why they're not going to stop. If they stop, that's what might just happen with some fluke. That's what would happen. Yeah. So to the bitter death, preferably your death, they're going to stick to it. Yeah. But they're quite open about it in other articles, that the contempt they have for the general public. Don't think for yourselves. You're just a lay person. And look at the experts, as the experts keep contradicting themselves. Even the same experts will change their mind up, back and forth. Look at Fauci, wear a mask, don't wear a mask, wear a mask, don't, etc. Or maybe you should arrest folk that don't wear a mask. Yeah. Right down to the fake testing, the useless tests. One guy, some politician from the States, he was tested in the morning before he left to go to this other state, and he was negative. He arrived at the other state, right, about an hour later, got tested again, and he was positive. So they put him back home. They go back home, he's tested negative again. Three different results in one day with these ridiculous tests. But don't think for yourself, you know. Sad times indeed, eh? So before I talk about some of the articles I have here to touch on, remember what the whole US was based upon when it was supposedly founded initially, was to stay out of foreign entanglements. It meant treaties, you know. Now, treaties can be overt or covert treaties, like the special relationships they had with Britain and other countries during the Cold War. And if you're signed on to these, this is what would drag Britain into World War I and II. You know, it was treaties. Well, they invaded so and so we have to go there, and things like that. You see, and because you sign on to these things, the super manipulators can make things happen. So you've already signed on to help them out. You make it happen that their country's attacked or appears to be attacked or threatened, and you're in automatically. So it's all manipulation, you see, by higher powers. Yeah. So remember that too, that the US is supposed to stay out of foreign entanglements. That's what it meant. Foreign wars, disputes, or treaties. And that's what it's really about. Well, look at it. Look what's happened. Europe's been demolished by mass migration of refugees. Well, these ongoing wars, mind you, it's been helped along by those who wanted all to happen to end the nation state. And you can take your pick from the globalists themselves that run international corporations, elite, and the ones at the bottom that help with their communist revolution. End of the nation state, you see. That's how it's done. And they're not finished yet, of course. They're still bringing them in, and through the United Nations, the communist organization, too. They're just flooding them in and bringing more treaties, take more and more and more in until there's nothing left of you. Or it's just like the statues in the West. You eradicate all the past. Eventually, they burn all the libraries too. You see, and they're pretty well doing that anyway. Before they gave you the internet, eliminating lots of books and information. Now they're going to really eradication of so libraries and history, statues, any memory of history, and then eventually the people themselves that are left there, who were the original peoples, and then they're eradicated as well. You see, step by step by step. That's how it's done. And we know who the different culprits are down to time in watching them, who's advocating the end of your nation states, etc. A well-planned organisation, indeed, and a well-planned war that's multi-pronged, as Bezmenov said, the cultural war itself, and under the guise of sexual liberation, they've totally destroyed family units and individual lives galore, for goodness sake. And made everyone dependent in many ways on the state. And as long as you don't breed, the same elite are quite happy. But you think you're making your own decisions. I'm not going to have any children. And so you're fulfilling what your bosses, your masters want to happen. Don't have any live births, at least. That's how it's done. But no, you're making your own decisions. We are an amazing species, so really, we're so brainwashed from birth, as I say, not to think for ourselves. A lot of folk cannot ever break out into the real world and see, and the shock would destroy them, a lot of them, actually. It can hit you. Some people get it quickly. It's like a ton of bricks, and just boof, it hits them, and it floors them when they get this sudden insight. And it's not easy to handle if you get it very quickly or a lot at one time. So yeah, you have foreign entanglements. Then you have all the articles I read years ago too about a time of what military-industrial complex would do in a time of peace, a world peace. Well, they would on to make all the kind of gadgetry and electronic surveillance instead of just making weaponry in preparation for a time of peace, you see. So the public would be spied on. You'd all be the enemy, and that's what they've done, isn't it? You're all the enemy now. You could all be terrorists, you may just wake up one day and suddenly you're a terrorist. And they make billions of us. We are the only source. Marx was writing a lot of things too. Sure he was. When it came to studying how the things worked in his day, he explained it pretty well. And that all wealth really comes from the people itself, not just a worker. But yeah, it's made of, and they make compulsory. You must have this. With the COVID thing, you're going to have to get a cell phone, they claim, or wear a bracelet, a manacle, be a prisoner. If you're not going to comply, you're going to just have to get a manacle put on you, a true slave. And maybe they'll put a little star on your back as well, so the public can boo you and throw things at you if you venture outside the house. This is how they do it, folks. Disgusting. And it'll work because the public are so easily manipulated. Every strata of them. Everybody's figured out. Everybody, no exception. So the masses that they've helped to flood across Europe, they're not finished yet, you see. Don't forget Iran has been one of the biggest groups of migrants into Britain, for example, for years now. Because would you stay in a country where you've been, for years now, you've been, maybe 20 odd years, maybe more, you're going to get annihilated just like Iraq, obliterated. You're going to be bombed out of existence in the Stone Age. Would you stay there? Eventually you're going to crack, or your wife or your husband's going to say, just, that's it, I've had it. And you migrate, like you said. Well, that's how you get them out. This is psychological warfare too. And the big chessboard, of course, then they come into Europe, and then they have no affiliation with the histories of the countries. And if you bring young guys, and they're all angry already what the West's been doing, and they blame the West. They can't think any further than anything else behind it. And then they're a good willing army to turn on the domestic populations of Britain and other countries that they moved into. You've had recent examples of this, in fact. And many people knew at the time when they were coming in. By the thousands, that big long road of them through Germany and through Europe. And they're all getting financed to come in as well. This is a long-term war. And everybody's a player without even knowing what they're actually doing. but they're all players and making it all happen. So here's the next one. You had the big massive explosion in Beirut with the story very clever too. A ship comes and it gets impounded maybe 6 years ago, they say, an old wreck, but they had all these thousands of tons of explosives on it, ammonium nitrate, I think, the fertilizer stuff, and just happened to be full of that. And so they brought it into port. They stored it in a big kind of hangar area or whatever, and eventually it goes off. Can you imagine a Trojan horse like that? What's this? Oh, well, let's haul it into port and we'll bring it and store it here. What is it? It's high explosive. We'll put it in our main area for the docks. They got a bullhorn, the head and the horns. That's what it looks like there, that particular port. So everything comes in that port, and so they have it stored right there. And so the whole place is demolished, And it says up to 300,000 left homeless by Beirut explosion. And Beirut's governor, Marwan Aboud, says some 300,000 people have lost their homes, with damages ranging from $3 to $5 billion. It's probably a lot more than that, actually. Never mind that what's to happen. I mean, they can't even get the food coming in now. The port's destroyed. And there's certain people are rejoicing over it, but... and of course, it's all the talk about what caused it, who caused it, or whatever. But no, I mean, certain intelligence agencies wouldn't miss that sitting there. No way at all. They'd have accelerants all sitting to go off whenever they'd press a little button. Anyway, it says it happened on Tuesday. It sent shockwaves across the city, causing widespread damage as far as the outskirts of the capital. And they expect the death toll to rise further as emergency workers dig through the rubble to search for survivors. And the cause of the explosion was not immediately clear. Officials linked the blast to some 2,750 tons of confiscated ammonium nitrate that were being stored in a warehouse at the port for 6 years. Aye, silly indeed, eh? And their enemies are rejoicing, for all. But it's amazing. Never mind the aftermath too. I mean, you'd be surprised how many chemicals, and I don't know if they're using asbestos too in buildings or whatever, but that happened in New York City with 9/11. A lot of folk, their lungs are destroyed eventually years later because of the asbestos at the time, the clouds that were happening. And I could go on about that too, but I better not even touch that. But so there you have what's happened. So you're going to have an awful lot of folk, again, another bunch of folk from a wartime scenario type thing, leaving the nation. That's going to happen. A lot of them actually have already left before this happened, and some of them even living in Ireland. But you can force the folk out by constantly threatening to annihilate them if you're powerful enough to do it. But now you're going to see thousands more leaving, like another army coming in, a river, a river of people flowing into Europe, and etc. So this is a great agenda for bringing in the end of the nation state, isn't it? It's quite good. It works awfully well, very efficiently. Most folk can't fathom it out, But we better wait till the expert tells us about what their definitive cause is going to be, or their hypothesis will be, There you go. Now, coronavirus, right? This thing that can... I don't want to even go into the thing, but anyway, it's an agenda, right? A massive agenda. Lock down the entire economy, destroy the economy, bring in the global reset, a new way of living, total austerity, etc., etc. That's the plan. Couldn't do it without it, right? So here's an article that says the coronavirus restrictions, the actual restrictions because of coronavirus, is killing 10,000 children per month and wasting and stunting millions more. And that's true. You see a lot more of this too. That's just the cost of it. You can't make an omelette without breaking eggs. So a new study shows that coronavirus restrictions and lockdowns leading to the deaths and so on at 10,000 per month and stunting growth. And it says it's been 7 months since the first COVID-19 cases were reported, and it's increasingly clear that the repercussions of the pandemic are causing more harm to children than the disease itself. And it's so ironical. UNICEF, right? UNICEF, that was the first head of that was Julian Huxley. Yeah. So UNICEF Executive Director Henrietta Fore said household poverty and food insecurity rates have increased. Well, it takes a genius to tell you that. I think we're all living through it, right? We shut down the economy, right? Only a few select stores open, the big corporations, and so on. Right? The study conducted by researchers at Johns Hopkins University, they play every side of the game here, eh? And published in the Lancet Medical Journal, that's the British one, said that hunger stemming from coronavirus restrictions is causing the deaths of 10,000 children per month and stunting the growth for another 550,000 per month. So they're already noticing it, see? By having schools closed, by having primary healthcare services disrupted, well, no one else can get in for any of their treatment. By having nutritional programs dysfunctional, we're also creating harm. Victor Aguero, the head of UNICEF's nutrition program, said. Well, I guess he's an expert. I'd never have figured out if he shut down the economy and folk can't get food, and the farmers are going under too, and they closed down in Canada, for instance, most of the meat packing plants as well, so you can't get the protein. I'm glad there are experts to tell us that'll create harm on the physical body. I could tell me that without getting a salary of maybe a million or two every month. Eh? So by having schools closed and by having primary healthcare services disrupted and we're creating harm. Now here's the thing too. See, a lot of the children in this day and age, because of the disruption of family life, the massive unemployment in the West and everywhere else too, because they gave all the factories and that to China, through free trade. All the same elite who are bringing in the next part of their system for austerity. Give all your factories and all your work to China. That was the deal, free trade, eh? And the GATT treaty, etc., etc. All boring stuff to me now because I did it all years ago. And so yeah, here's the effect and the destruction of the family unit too. So you single mums now try to work for themselves and support children, etc. And so they'll let them get food at school, you see. That's again, your socialistic system. Let's make everybody utterly dependent on the system. Destroy the family, destroy us, and then feed the children at school. Socialism. But then you shut it all down, you shut down the schools, eh? And they're not getting the food anymore. Etc., etc. It's all rather evident, eh? And the disruption of food chains caused the prices to rise. Well, again, that was part of what they said years. I remember doing an article from, I think it was the Club of Rome again, and there was also put into newspapers across Canada and the States and elsewhere about coming austerity and how the governments were actually giving authority to, again, being fascist governments, fascist communist governments, right, or socialist governments, which is all the same thing to me, giving authority to energy companies. Now they've sold all your main infrastructure off, like water, electricity and power, off to private businesses, giving them authority to really start to increase their costs to the payers. And they said that everything is energy, that's technocracy. Therefore, if you want to reduce the population, then you simply increase the prices of the same energy sources. And food is energy, electricity is energy, gas, electricity, these are all energy. So you do the same with that too, and you watch the population start to get sick and get cold in the winter, the childhood disease. I can remember as a child in Britain, you didn't have all the double pane glass and things like that in the windows. And you'd go to bed, there'd be frost inside the windows in your bedroom, and you get up in the morning with your breath, and so it'd be a lot thicker, and that's just the way it was. And everybody had these odd problems with sinuses and earaches and things like that. It was fairly common. So you see it all return again, you see. And they didn't have the same food either, and or you couldn't afford decent food. So here it says a disruption of food chains has caused prices to rise. Again, that's genius. Just shut down everything and making it difficult for many regions that already had difficulty acquiring food before the pandemic, even more difficult, said Dr. Francesco Branca of the World Health Organization, this WHO again, said the disruption will be evident for years to come. Well, I guess the agenda's working, eh? An increase in child malnutrition is causing steep declines in household incomes. There you go. And it's going to get an awful lot worse, to say here. That's what the whole story is about, going to get an awful lot worse. Well, that's what the lockdown is for, to bring in the news system, folks. The elite's news system. It's the same elite. They're not losing anything. It's the next phase of their revolution. Another article here, Farmageddon continues. Not pharma as in PH, but Farmageddon, as bankruptcies rise 8%. The American Farm Bureau Federation released a new report Tuesday showing farm bankruptcies continue to increase. The AFBF found bankruptcies rose 8% over the last 12 months from June 2019 June 2020. With 580 filings in the Midwest, Northwest and Southeast recorded, the most bankruptcies representing 80% of all filings across the U.S. Wisconsin was the epicenter for filings, followed by Nebraska, Georgia, and Minnesota. So everything's working along the right agenda. Eh? It says farmers are on government life support. And the AFBF's president, Zippy Duval, said the new rounds of farm aid helped cushion farmers from the economic impact of the virus-induced recession. It's not a virus, it's mandated by government recession. And AFBF says approximately 60% of farm bankruptcies have been completed successfully, the highest successful percentage of all the reorganization chapters. Don't forget, you're going into see, the elite, as I've mentioned so many times and years ago too, are bringing in a socialist communist system for the general population to live under. It's more efficient for them at this phase of their agenda. And they wouldn't have to really haggle with the public. They just order you in socialism what to do, and that's it. They pass their laws and rules and you comply. Or they come and get you. And so it's their agenda. And under socialism, like Justin Trudeau said, he'd really praised communist China. He said that they could really handle emergencies like COVID very well because they don't have to really be bothered with this idea of persuading the public to go along with it. They just tell them to go along with it. And they say it's very efficient, you see. Well, that's exactly, he's just parroting what they already know. And they even had articles about that. Will we be as efficient as China since they're communist, etc., and more compliant? So, yeah, it's all unfolding the way it's supposed to unfold here in the West with bankruptcies and so on. That's part of the new sustainability program, right? That's your agenda for the 21st century. The Millennium Project, etc., etc., etc. It's all the same thing. 2030, it's all parts of the whole century. And I remember too, it was one of the heads of the Department of Agriculture of the United Nations said that years ago, that farming was too important to be left to farmers. They want total control over it by using big international corporations. England is to revise down its COVID-19 death toll by up to 10%. This is a wonderful bit of PR. Because the death toll, we'll actually put it down by 10% after bizarre counting mishap. It's way beyond 10, 10, they've got about 50. Literally, it's a toss of a coin if you're doing the swab tests in the back of the nose and the throat. Because they're not meant for that, those tests, to give an accurate diagnosis at all. So, and apart from the fact, too, they're putting everybody down as dying of COVID. I mean, really. So here's how they word it here. It's a good way of doing it. Eh? Well, it's only 10% mistakes. No, it's way beyond that. Of course it is. So up to 10% of England's coronavirus death toll could be wiped out due to reporting errors in which COVID-19 deaths in the official register were logged months after positive tests, regardless of the circumstances. And it says that Public Health England currently counts the deaths of all people who have tested positive for COVID-19 among the coronavirus fatality total, whether their death was related to the disease or not. An error which was noted in July, prompting the suspension of the daily death toll and an urgent review of protocol. Oh, goodness sake. In other words, as many as 4,170 fatalities could be wiped off England's current COVID-19 death toll of 41,686. See how they do it here by taking it down 10% rather than taking it down about 50%. According to reports, or even less, is actual. The cause of death often is completely unrelated to the COVID. You see? According to reports in UK media, the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, again Matt Hancock, he's made a few bloopers, that one. Matt Hancock will bring all coronavirus fatality reporting in line with Scotland and Northern Ireland public health models, wherein a death is marked as COVID-19 related only if it occurs within 28 days of a positive test. Even that, you see. It could have nothing to do with the fact you're dying, regardless of when they do it. At the moment, the figures are just confusing, says Professor Carol Hennigan from the Centre for Evidence-Based Medicine at Oxford University. It says all it does is muddy the water. While deaths are falling in Scotland, PHE data suggests matters are worse in England. There you go. There you go. Let's forget that. CDC director acknowledges hospitals have a monetary incentive to overcount coronavirus deaths. It's like a repeat of what we've heard before. This came out on the 1st of August. It says US Centers for Disease Control Prevention Director Robert Redfield agreed that some hospitals have a monetary incentive to overcount coronavirus deaths as they do deaths for other diseases. So he said, I think you're correct in that we've seen this in other disease processes too. Really, in the HIV epidemic, somebody may have a heart attack but also have HIV. The hospital would prefer the classification for HIV because there's greater reimbursement, Redfield said during a House panel hearing Friday when asked by Representative Blaine Luckmeyer about potential perverse incentives. And they continue, so I think there's really some reality to that. When it comes to death reporting, though, ultimately that's how the physician defines it in the death certificate, and we review all of those death certificates. So I think probably it's less operable in this cause of death, although I won't say there are not some cases. I do think, though, that when it comes to hospital reimbursement issues or individuals that get discharged, there could be some play in that for sure. But we know that. I mean, we know that they get some... If they put them down as COVID patient, you see, the extra thousands of bucks per bed. And if they put them down and they put a ventilator in them, I think they get $40,000 per patient. That's what kills them. It's utterly corrupt, folks. Sure it is. Also, this whole idea of persuasion, all the money that the money's getting thrown out like never before. Like the last time we saw anything like this was when Halliburton, this big massive umbrella group, were managing all the thousands of small and big corporations went over to Iraq to support the troops and build water supplies and things like all this. That was the excuses for all. Millions and millions per dollar per day were spent on all of that, and none of it really was really followed up to where it even went, or was it used for the things it was supposed to be used. It was complete free for all for corporations. Well, it's the same thing now with all these universities are our biggest enemy. They churn out all these little petty psychologists and behaviourists every year who must live either on grants or get into a job teaching the same thing. And they've all got their hands out. We can help because we can manage the public with you because we understand how they tick, you see. And this is Yale. This is one of them from Yale's, and I don't know how much money they were given, but it says COVID-19 vaccine messaging, part 1. And it says that it was completed in July the 7th, 2020, first post it says. So what they've done, this is behaviorists, you see, in psychologists and so on. So the study tests different messages about vaccinating against COVID-19 once the vaccine becomes available. Participants are randomized to one of 12 arms, they say, with one control arm, one baseline arm. We will compare the reported willingness to get a COVID-19 vaccine at 3 and 6 months of it becoming available between the 10 intervention arms to the 2 control arms. And study participants are recruited online by Lucid Company, which matches census-based sampling in online recruitment. And they give you a list of messages you can put out to the public, you know. In other words, find out why they'll take it and find out why other people will not take it, and then work on why they will not take it, try and change their minds, or even cause guilt. One of them actually says guilt messages, embarrassment messages. They can target you if you say no. Anger message and so on. Trust in science message. We've already got them out. I will even touch on some of the trust in science. You're too dumb and stupid to because you're not a scientist. So trust in science message. They're already doing this stuff on you. They pay for these behaviors to come up with these ideas, what'll work on you and how to implement it on the public. Others, not bravery message and baseline message, personal freedom message, economic freedom message, self-interest message, community interest. You don't want to harm the community, really, do you? I mean, by refusing, you might be endangering other people. Yeah, it's all happening already, So in the actual layout for the study, it gives you the enrollment. It says 4,000 participants in the clinical trial, and is randomized, as I said, intervention model parallel assignment. In the study, 2 of 15 participants will be assigned to a control message, bird feeding passage. 3 and 15 of sample to a baseline vaccine message, and 1/15 to each of the 10 other treatment arms. This is kind of standard test techniques that they use. And so they give you the arm, the sham comparator control. And it says control message about bird feeding. Other control message, 2 to 15 of the sample will be assigned to the pure control group. A passage on the costs and benefits of bird feeding. This is the techniques that they're using to get to vaccine, believe it or not. Active comparator baseline message. These participants will assigned a message about the benefits of vaccination. All other treatment arms include this baseline language. And they go into the whole thing. The sample will be assigned to a control group with a message about the effectiveness and safety of vaccinations. Right? And then experimental personal freedom. Experimental message arm, other personal freedom message. So 1 to 15 of the sample will be assigned to this intervention, which is a message about how COVID-19 is limiting people's personal freedom, and by working together to get enough people vaccinated, society can preserve its personal freedom. They're doing all the studies to see what's more efficient, you see, for getting the people to comply. And they go through experimental economic freedom, right? And how COVID is limiting people's economic freedom, and by working together we can get enough people vaccinated, society can preserve its economic freedom. All the lies that they're telling you here, right? And then they go into experimental, again, self-interest message. And the message will be that COVID-19 presents a real danger to one's health, even if one is young and healthy. See how this is good. This is even based on the facts here. Getting vaccinated against COVID-19 is the best way to prevent oneself from getting sick. So self-interest message. And then experimental social benefit and community interest. It says some of the sample will be assigned to this intervention, which is a message about the dangers of COVID-19 to the health of loved ones. You want to endanger your loved ones, do you? The more people who get vaccinated against COVID-19, the lower the risk that one's loved ones will get sick. Society must work together and all get vaccinated, see? So that's the message, but most of society must work together and all get vaccinated. and economic benefit message. And the only way to strengthen the economy is to work together and to get enough people vaccinated. It's the same message with them all, right? That's the answer to everything. Your own immunity is just, even though your herd immunity, which most folk who've been tested positive, the bulk of them all end up with complete immunity, yeah? From their own body, natural immunity. That's what your body does. That's what it's for. Yeah? But regardless, no, the one you ought to get their vaccine. Eh? And they planned this years ago, this idea of mandatory vaccination. When they were lobbying government, I've got all the articles here over many years where they said that they're going to get government to mandate vaccinations to make it cost effective for companies. Because before, like the swine flu one, and the one in 2009, they said that millions of doses were just dumped because the people didn't want it. So they try to make you want it, make you take it, you see, by terror and fear, so as they can make massive profits. That's what it's about. Then do experimental social pressure, embarrassment techniques, and the message is about the danger that COVID-19 presents to the health of one's family and community. The best way to protect them is by getting vaccinated, by working together to make sure that enough people get vaccinated. Then it asks the participant to imagine the embarrassment they will feel if they don't get vaccinated and spread the disease. Oh my, I'd be really embarrassed. Yeah. Then anger message, and is about the danger that COVID-19 presents to the health of one's family and community. The best way to protect them is by getting vaccinated and by working together again. Then it asks the participants to imagine the anger they'll feel if they don't get vaccinated and spread the disease. This is from Yale, huh? Big money to come up with this trash here to con you into compliance. Eh? And then trust in science message, it says, so getting vaccinated is the most effective way of protecting one's community. Vaccination is backed by science. If one doesn't get vaccinated, that means that one doesn't understand how infections are spread or who ignores science. I guess I'm not going to mention the fact that in previous things that they've done, including articles from the Department of Defense, that vaccinations, even against the flu, often have the wrong effect by opening you up to the wild virus afterwards. And when it hits you, you get a massive pulmonary response to it. It kills you. How's about that one? Eh? An overreaction with your immune system. How about that one? Do you want to mention that? You just don't understand science, eh? Even though they tell you they're not quite sure what's going to happen with this new vaccination of Moderna that's going to affect the RNA, which will lead to alterations in the DNA permanently of your lung tissue and so on. Well, because they haven't tested it on anything yet. It's just you. That's you can be the test subject. And they're going to they don't know exactly, because it would take long-term study to see how it affects you. Okay, that's science, eh? I tell you, this me is sick, isn't it? Eh? So always these surveys going out to do with these techniques. This is a self-reporting measure immediately after the intervention message, or the likelihood of getting COVID-19 vaccination within 3 months and then 6 months if it becomes available. Getting you all prepared for it, you see. Doing analysis, responses among those assigned to different intervention measures will become compared to those in the control group, etc., to create vaccine confidence. Eh? Well, but about all the folk that have terrible reactions to the vaccines, like I've had before, it doesn't give me any confidence at all. I don't care how much persuasion they'll try to do. You know. I'll put these articles up though. And then new COVID-19 restrictions will be needed for anti-vaxxers. Once again, your tax money at work. Australia really goes overboard. It's just amazing that these kind of British Commonwealth countries, in a country too, that literally had its start as a penal colony, really, on behalf of Britain, that is, where they started bringing in all the people who literally stole bread and things like that and put them in ships and sent them over to be prison labourers, really. And for mining, even then, too, did a lot of different things there, too, for the empire, you see, free labour, as you could call them, prisoners. You think they have more sense being descended from that, Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you think they have more sense? But no, they're far left again in Australia. A lot of them they've had the communist thing in there for years, the whole socialist ideals, And it's amazing how they don't question big corporations like pharmacology and vaccine companies. It's just amazing, isn't it? The strange contradiction of their dogma. So it says new COVID-19 restrictions will be needed for anti-vaxxers. And it says, this was in June, it says, as if the bushfires weren't bad enough, we've since had the world economy shut down, millions infected with COVID-19. No, they're not ill with it, folks. You can test and test, the cows come home and get lots of positives, and folk will, but like all coronaviruses, eventually it's all through the community and you've got your own herd immunity, This is the first one they've ever tried to stop it, herd immunity spreading, by locking folk down and stopping them from mixing. Otherwise, it'd been long gone. So anyway, but facts don't matter, right? Yeah. So millions of it, and with COVID-19, hundreds of thousands dead. Hundreds of thousands where? Across the world? Or folk that were dying anyway? Huh? This pandemic feels like we're in the middle of a real life Hollywood blockbuster. Like all good movies, this one will leave us fundamentally changed well after it's ended. Our world will look and feel very different once the show is over, but not for the better. Thankfully, the possibility of a vaccine, here we go again, eh? Who paid for us with the vaccine industry? For this virus is looking more plausible. Unfortunately, like a diabolical plot twist, the day the vaccine arrives, so too will the inevitable course of those who object to being vaccinated. But unlike hapless movie heroes, we can be prepared for this. Here it comes. Off comes the velvet glove. And you can see the iron fist, eh? And here's to anti-vaxxers. I have one message. Our tolerance for you, your willful ignorance is over. We cannot afford morally or economically to give any ground to those who choose not to be vaccinated against COVID-19. Let me be clear. I'm not advocating that we vaccinate people against their will. Now, here's your real socialist, communist talking here, who's obviously on the take as well. That would be wrong. It says we must ensure that the safety of our community is the number one priority. Remember all the things I've just read there from Rail, to shame them and embarrass them. And that means that participation in everyday life cannot put others at risk. If you do not want to be vaccinated against COVID-19, you ought to bear the consequences of that decision. I'd say to this character, look, if you just stop all the lockdown, let herd immunity go shoot through the society within about a week or two, that's all it takes. And then you can lock this guy up for trying to terrorize people and for destroying the economy. So back again, as a community, as a community, we should consider to what extent we allow organizations to prevent those who object to being vaccinated against COVID-19 to enter their premises, participate in their activities, and some certainly seek their employment. Governments have gone some way to doing this by implementing policies such as withholding family tax benefits. Here's your standard blackmail techniques. If you want this, and preventing children from being accepted into childcare unless vaccinations are proven. Further restrictions would be a natural extension of these policies. We're not forbidding you sir, or madam. If you just comply with that, otherwise you can't go into the store, you can't do that, and you can't feed yourself, That's how it's done. That's tyranny, folks. It's called tyranny. Overt, straightforward tyranny. So he's going through the different ways they could really punish the people who will go along with it. See? No doubt there'll be logistical issues to overcome. However, the health and safety of our population is always like the mob against the few. Should be any government's primary concern. Infrastructure to implement these changes exists. Yeah. So there you go. So to those, for the rest of us who claim they're conscious objectors, the excuses don't stack up anymore. There's too much at stake. I know after writing this, my office will be inundated with correspondence from anti-vaccination activists demanding to be heard. For those of you who do contact me, know this: I have no interest in your alternative facts or your conspiracy theories. Well, there's a person with an open ear, eh? So there you go. And this guy is Raf, is it Sicone or Sissoni? The con part is a good part of his latter part of his name. So is a federal Labour senator for Victoria. There you go. There you go. Isn't that amazing, eh? No, it's not amazing at all. These characters. This is the bully coming through. They think they can really make you afraid by this kind of speech, you know. But he's right on board with it, and you'll be getting a lot of these characters. All need big backing from big companies to run. You know, you understand? You're starting to connect the dots here from certain donors, eh? And of course, Birx in the States, Dr. Deborah Birx, who's another bureaucrat, really, you know, who's had a fantastic career, riding high and big salaries, just almost like a Madonna of the health industry, you know, dishing out grants to different AIDS, organizations. So she suggested in May that deaths are being overcounted by 25% as opposed to the 10% in Britain. They can't even get the figures right anymore, or what you should do is get together and study at Yale and say, let's all agree upon the same figures and statistics, for goodness sake, right? Because after all, we're telling the people we're the professionals and not to think for themselves. And here we have another one. This is one, of course, that I'd mentioned before, and it was to do with the doctor that we've put articles upon before. This is how sweet, innocent Dr. Fauci had an assistant doctor fired in jail 2011 for warning that vaccines were giving Americans known chronic diseases. Well, that is a fact. I can testify myself to that personally. Yeah. And that was Dr. Judy Mikovits. Good article. I'll put it up too for those that want to see it. You're dealing with a mafia at the very top, absolutely. With incredible shares in all the companies and vaccines and everything, just astonishing. And then to get the government in true fascist style to mandate that you take their product. And I mentioned before that Bobby Kennedy Jr., it says here, unbelievable new interview, Bobby Kennedy Jr. claims Dr. Fauci will make millions on coronavirus vaccine and owns half the patent on it. That's just coincidental, you know that, eh? Conspiracy theory, eh? And that was to do with, he actually had a debate with Alan Dershowitz, and brought it up at that time too in July. During the debate, Kennedy Jr. claimed that Dr. Anthony Fauci invested $500 million in the vaccine that is not safe by any means, and Fauci owns half the patent on it, so he's due to make millions. And an earlier report reported on Bobby Kennedy Jr.'s comments about Big Pharma and the increase in vaccines in our culture back in April. Kennedy shared the story of how Dr. Fauci fired and led the indictment of a brilliant assistant who blew the whistle on the harmful consequences attributed to the vaccines. So I'll put this one up as well. This is an interest. I mean, I mentioned before about Trump. People think he came in there to help. I mean, the Americans had no choice at all in the last election for any party. That you could see it was obvious. But I listened to his speeches he made to different groups, in fact, and some of the groups really important to know about. But he did say, he ran about bringing business into America, but he also said that he was going to cut regulations that force companies to do testing for new drugs and things like that, meaning vaccines too. He's going to cut all these unnecessary, restrictions so as they can get ahead and get these drugs out to help the people, you see. That's how he phrased it. And right off the bat, it tells you he was getting financing from them too. And something was coming up around the bend, you might say, And so that was back in 2016 or just before that. I mean, he was running anyway. And that's what he definitely said. I've got the articles here and some of the video. Somebody copied the video for me back then, and what he said about that. It's all coincidental, naturally, as he talks about something that's going to come down the pike. But then in 2019, he put out an executive order 13887, September 19, 2019, called Modernizing Influenza Vaccines in the United States to Promote National Security and Public Health. I'll just take your mind to the first line. Moderna. Remember Moderna? They call the company that's got all the contracts by Fauci. This is just coincidence, naturally. They could have used something else. But modernizing influenza vaccines. And it says, by the authority vested in me as President, blah, blah, Constitution of the United States of America, including Section 301 of Title 3, blah, blah, blah. And it says, so you go through the findings of influenza viruses constantly changing as they circulate globally in humans and animals. Relatively minor changes in these viruses cause annual seasonal. Somebody wrote it, probably the farmer just wrote it for him, I suppose. Tens of thousands of deaths each year in the United States alone. Not anymore, they're all put down as COVID. Periodically, new influenza A viruses emerge from animals, including birds, pigs, and so on. And so the whole thing is vaccination is the most effective defense against influenza. Despite recommendations by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention that nearly every American should receive the influenza vaccine annually. However, seasonal influenza vaccine levels in the United States have currently reached only about 45% of the CDC's goals. And all influenza vaccines presently in use have been developed for circulating or anticipated influenza viruses. These vaccines must be reformulated for each influenza season as well as in the event of a pandemic. Additional researchers need to develop influenza vaccines that provide more effective and longer-lasting protection against many or all influenza viruses. And so he was into some of them at that time, right? It says most of the manufacture of influenza vaccines has critical shortcomings. Most influenza vaccines are made in chicken eggs. That's true. Using a 70-year-old process that requires months-long production timelines, limiting the utility for pandemic control, rely on a potentially vulnerable supply chain of eggs. Well, require the use of vaccine viruses adapted for growth in eggs, which could introduce mutations of the influenza vaccine virus that may render the final product less effective. And then he goes into the seasonal influenza vaccine market rewards manufacturers that deliver vaccines in time for the influenza season, blah, 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 you know. So it says it's the policy of the U.S. to modernize the domestic influenza vaccine enterprise to be highly responsive, flexible, scalable, and more effective at preventing the spread of influenza viruses. And of course they're trying to get away from the whole idea of using eggs, etc. You can do it on animal kidneys and things like that too, which they sometimes do, but then yet with other kinds of viruses creeping in. And you know darn well they want to get to this whole idea of altering the RNA, the DNA eventually, actually your cellular line of your lung tissue is what they were really after. And so that was 2019, just before the so-called COVID thing broke out in China. So that's what it is. This is a presidential document, an executive order, and I'll put it up too. And again, everybody's in the act. Michelle Obama, coronavirus is an opportunity to change how wealth is distributed. That's all through the WEF's group's forum, you know, redistribution of wealth. No, you see, the bottom level is going to be equally poor. That's what they mean by equality for all of you lots, you see. You're all going to be poor at the bottom. And but for them at the top, though, you see, they run the important things, like everything you need to survive, they run it and they own it. That's going to be different. You see, that's true Marxism, where each according to his ability and to his needs, you see. And the needs of those who design everything and own it all are much bigger than you ones at the bottom, you peasants, you see. That's equality for you. There you go. And that's that term, you know, this redistributing wealth. You're going to use a virus to distribute the wealth. Huh? What an opportunity. It's almost like it's an excuse, isn't it? New York's COVID checkpoints, cops are stationed at tunnels and bridges to question travellers from 35 COVID-19 hotspot states and order them to quarantine for 14 days, but none of the promised army of tracers show up at Port Authority. So there you go. That's Mayor Bill de Blasio announced the plans for checkpoints Wednesday morning, and they were not due to begin until Thursday. They scanned drivers' plates and pulled people over at random to ask them where they had been. Where have you been? De Blasio sternly warned those flouting would face fines of up to $10,000. There's freedom and democracy in action by the communist de Blasio. But it remains unclear how the 14-day quarantine will actually be enforced once people pass the checkpoints. Wednesday, contact tracers at de Blasio's press conference said they'd be reaching people by phone. The online form that people are required to fill out when they enter New York asks if travelers will consent to receiving texts from the government. Oh, can you believe that? Where they're going with all this stuff, eh? Oh, totalitarianism on steroids, eh? It's not going to end with COVID, you understand that? It's not meant to. This is just starting. If travelers say their final destination is not New York, they're not required to give an address. But they know where you're from if they're taking your plates anyway. Yeah, there you go. I tell you. It's wonderful having this freedom, eh? This is an amazing one, eh? From Britain. I mean, this. I used to be amazed at Britain at times. They used to have these strange kind of futuristic sci-fi type scenarios, like they'd show you Fahrenheit 451, the movie version, and you saw these little council houses, all look the same, ticky-tackies, as they say, like the song went, I think it was Paxton Summit, and that's just socialised housing, all these little small houses for each for a family that were designed, you see. And how in the movie version 451, the fire engines their job was to burn books, you see, the fire companies, so not to put out fires but to actually set fires and burn them, and the people too sometimes, and their houses sometimes too. And you see when around the streets after we're looking for people with tannoys on top of their vehicles, and so every citizen outside into the garden and the families, and they all come out into the families and stand there in the front lawns, and obedient little socialists, you see. And you think that could never happen, surely. But when you think what Britain had been through with the war and how the compliant hell they put up with World War II, straight in from a Great Depression into World War II, and depression really was a continuation of the depression of World War One. I mean, compliance. I guess the longer you do it, the more you comply till it's normal, eh? You just adopt normalcy, new normals all the time. And councils here in Britain can build those contaminated homes and crush cars as a last resort under new laws to stop a second wave of coronavirus. Well, this is definitely a show, because there's no logic at all with viruses, the life of viruses and stuff. Eh? So the councils are able to draw on laws to impose lightning closures of public buildings. As last resort, the 1984, the good title, 1984 Control of Disease Act allows for building demolition. Eh? And so that's the last resort for preventing the spread of the disease of coronavirus. To demolish buildings and even homes. Well, can you imagine that sorry, it was a false positive. There's nothing left but rubble. I tell you, you gotta laugh at times, don't you? But with their tests are such rubbish anyway. But these came out nothing to do with viruses. These laws, they're to do with roaches or rats, rats that were infested through and they tunneled through the walls. By that time, they could demolish old buildings. But viruses are complete. Viruses, they're living in the people, not the houses. Huh? Have they got that? They've given you the list, study after study, billions of taxpayers. They toss some money out to all these folk from the universities. We'll test the length of these viruses, the life of them. And it'll live so many hours on a tin can, and it'll live so many on much on cardboard, and so it's down pat. So this whole stuff did knock houses down because it's harbouring coronavirus is utter tripe. After what, 24 is dead, gone. Hey, Boris Johnson. I guess maybe the idea is here's I've figured out. If they knock down all the houses in Britain, you see, then no one can get it by going into a building and catching it in a building. I guess that's the logic then, eh? Maybe they'll give them tents to live in. New tents, that'd be real austerity, eh? And because they give them tents, I'm starting to see the picture, give them tents, right? The whole population, knock down all the buildings so they can't possibly catch it by going into these buildings. And they don't need all that money that they had to run the cost of a house. And that money could be used for redistributing the wealth across the world, like the WEF says. It's beginning to make some kind of sense, isn't it? Eh? And then, of course, you won't need to give them a second payout to stay in their tent. And because they'll all be dead, and they'll freeze to death in the winter. But at least they wouldn't have died of coronavirus. Or maybe they'll put them down as coronavirus anyway. Oh, well, you can't win, eh? Another article too. Shock and awe. Victoria, Australia declares state of disaster, 6-week Melbourne curfew and stage 4 restrictions. Again, Australia is just going over the top with it, eh? Far left, eh? And again, sustainability. Everybody's on the takeover there in the politics, and all claim that they're really environmentalists in politics, but they're all on the take for pushing through carbon taxes and shut down the farms because they cause carbon build up, yada 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 yada. Corruption. So under a shock and awe state of disaster provisions, an 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. curfew has been by police and soldiers. I guess there must be curfew has been used across Melbourne starting tonight and continuing daily for at least 6 weeks. The state of disaster declaration means Victoria Police and others have been granted additional powers, so there's turn area, and the government can also suspend various acts of the Parliament. Well, that's what we do, is act in Parliament, isn't it? And it says it gives you the stage 4 lockdown restrictions, and a big spike in Victoria. These are not cases. The more you test, the more you'll find the residue of particles of COVID, disintegrated particles of the virus. As folk catch it, get over it, and never even know they've had it. That's what happens with these viruses. So yeah, the more you test, the more you find. They're not sick. Yeah. So there you go. There have been 671 new coronavirus cases. That's just more testing. And recorded in Victoria overnight. It's not like folk walking and say, I'm sick. No, these are folk who've all been tested. Can I stick this up your nose? Okay, you know. Yeah. Which nostril do you prefer? I left one this time, you know. The second worst day on record. What utter rubbish. These are not bad. They're not ill. They're not ill. It says, and a further 7 deaths. 7 deaths. Did they die of coronavirus? Or just have it at the time? Like lots of folk have it at the time, never know it. So it says here, the stay-at-home restrictions for the Metro Melbourne have been enhanced, and there are now additional limits to the 4 reasons residents are allowed to leave. Only one person will be able to go shopping once per day, and they will need to secure the goods and services that are what you need within 5-kilometre radius, the Premier Daniel Andrews said. Oh, God. In terms of exercise, recreation is no longer allowed. You'll be able to have 1 hour of exercise. That's what they give prisoners generally in prisons. No further than 5 kilometres from your home. That means it's fresh air, it's a jog, it's a walk, it's in your local neighbourhood. And they give you a full list of the changes coming to Melbourne, eh? So it says you'll be stopped if you're out anyway and asked why you're out. And you must show and demonstrate that you're lawfully out. Maybe you must put running shorts on or something, or pant a lot maybe. When they stop you, you go, I'm jogging. Yeah. So you must demonstrate that you're lawfully out and they're not breaching the curfew. You're out for exercise, right? going to a mate's place, visiting friends, being out and about for no good reason, all that will do is spread the virus. Spread it. Well, you want it spread so you all have immunity, herd immunity, natural immunity, you see. You can't get immunity unless you catch it and it's gone through you. But you won't even notice it, you see. Mr. Andrews said it takes swabs to notice it. Even then, he doesn't see you're sick. So the ramping up of measures was driven by 700 mystery cases. Mystery cases with authorities unable to track and trace the source of the infections, and a complacency from some Victorians are complacent, eh? Can you believe they're not really bothered? Well, I'm not bothered about that. Oh, you should be. So the childcare centres also in Melbourne would close. And then it says the test will move from the end of term 3 to the start of term 4. And there was no change to any VC exams in the schools and so on. Oh, this is quite something. I'll put this one up too. Coming to a place near you, eh? Establishment media reaches new low with glowing article about growing faith in communism. This is in America, eh? And it says here, Trump views China's Communist Party as a threat. Young Chinese see it as a ticket to a better future. This is the article. So communism's good, you see. The statement reeks of psychological operations strategy and reads like a state-run media sales pitch for modern communism, but rest assured you're not reading a translation of CCP propaganda at the Western Journal. That lovely little number was brought to you by the also principal penman at the Washington Post. And the story continues, it wasn't cut from an official CCP op-ed submission. It says, it says, sorry, this was the one and only headline that sat atop an original report Tuesday from the Post Beijing Bureau Chief Anna Fifield, yes. Just when you thought that the left-wing establishment media couldn't possibly carry one more drop of water for the Chinese communists, a bigger bucket is procured and an astounding introduction is made. And it says, instead of simply defending China against presidential name-calling allegations and so on, it says the media might as well have been writing copy for Communist Party membership advertisements. It says party membership means better education prospects and better jobs, more politically advantageous to marriages and nicer apartments. Fifield wrote, for many, it is a ticket to a brighter future. Yeah. Well, don't forget, though, that China is still the model state for the world to copy according to the United Nations and the Council on Foreign Relations. They tell you and you obey. It's quite simple. There's nothing complicated about it. Also from General Flynn, this is my letter to America. I'll put that up too, and I think BitChute's got a woman reading it too, for those that don't want to read for themselves, or can read for themselves maybe. But it goes into his letter to America. I say, we are witnessing a vicious assault by enemies of all that is good, and our president is having to act in ways unprecedented in decades and maybe centuries. And the biblical nature of good versus evil cannot be discounted as we examine what is happening on the streets of America. Well, all that's true. He says it's Marxism in the form of Antifa and the Black Lives Matter movement versus are very capable and very underappreciated law enforcement professionals, the vast majority of whom are fighting to provide us safe and secure homes, streets and communities. And he goes on and on and on. I'll put the article up. It's for those who want to read it, and I see the link to the BitChute one too. But it's true, folk have no idea that they can't quite get it, that this is really this is the shift, this is the shift. It's not a practice shift, this is the shift, this is the big push to bring in a communist regime over the general population on behalf of the overlords of the international mega corporations that run the world. The new feudal system that Carroll Quigley was all part of and all for. And the CEOs are the new feudal overlords. The communists don't object to that, though, strangely enough. Maybe it's because the big CEOs and corporations are funding them all, which is true. Also to do with these tests that had such bogus propaganda. Faith in quick tests leads to epidemic that wasn't. I've mentioned this one before. It goes round in circles, a lot of these articles I put out there, and folk don't realise I put them out in the first place, but it's to do with Dr. Brooke Herndon, internist, Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Centre, could not stop coughing. 2 weeks starting in mid-April last year. This is in 2007. She coughed seemingly non-stop, followed by another week when she coughed sporadically. Annoyingly, she said everyone who worked with her. How they closed down hospitals and everything. They thought it was whooping cough. Massive campaign. They put millions of bucks on it too. It turns out months later it wasn't whooping cough at all. So it's the pandemic that wasn't, right? There you go. I'll put that one back up again. And the US should shut down completely for another 46 weeks to save the economy, the senior Federal Reserve official says. That's Neil Kashkari. Good name, that. Kashkari, like cash and carry. Eh? I think I read that one too before, mind you. Or something similar about him, because I remember the name Kashkari. Maybe you have to kneel because you can't cash or carry the cash because it's so heavy. But mind you, they say there's a lack of cash and pennies and things. So it should be lighter. So he's the head of Minneapolis Federal Reserve Bank and advised lockdown. So you close down the economy completely to save the economy. Yeah, this is a repeat from a different source of the same article, I'm sure, you know. So yeah, that'll save this shut the economy down totally, and that'll save it, you see. It makes as much sense as everything else these days, doesn't it? Eh? Don't you think so? I'll put that up. Owners of Michigan, this is a good one, Michigan bed and breakfast are forced to remove a Norwegian flag from their inn after dozens of people confuse it for the Confederate flag. We're done for. The education system is completely hopeless. And so Kirsten and Greg Offenbecker have operated a Nordic pineapple bed and breakfast out of Civil War era mansion in St. John, Michigan, for 2 years, until last week. Then displayed a Norwegian flag at their front entrance honouring Kirsten's heritage. The couple took down their flag after receiving hateful calls, emails and comments from people who mistook it for a Confederate flag. Well, why would they suddenly, after all these years, suddenly can mistake it? It's more to it. Both banners are red and blue, but have different patterns. Offenbaker said they were hurt by accusations of racism because their 2 adopted children are black, it says here. And but really what it is, if you really look at it, is because the Norwegian flag is like a Christian cross. If it's you'll see it in the picture, the angle it's hanging to is more symbolic of that. Whereas the Confederate flag was really the St. Andrew's cross, you know, a modified St. Andrew's cross. And but no, that's the reason I'm sure that they really went after it, you know. They wouldn't suddenly mistake it, you know, after all these years of having it outside their B&B. Now, once again, I'd like to remind you to buy the books and discs at cuttingthroughthematrix.com, or else you could donate to me, or do both. And you find out how to do it at cuttingthroughthematrix.com. Don't forget to I always say this every week, in the last few weeks anyway, because I used to always forget to talk about it at all. Make a list of my official sites in case anyone goes down. And if you can't find me anywhere else, if you're looking from some other folk will put up my shows, you see. So if they're late or they're getting hammered for any reason at all, they can't get it up, you can go into my site and you'll find out it's up there first, you see. And make a list of my official sites. Anything outside of that are not my actual official sites. So make a list of them, and that way you can always get me, hopefully, if one or the other ones goes down. And you say buy the books or discs or donate to me. And you'll find out how to do it at cuttingthroughthematrix.com. Don't forget to PayPal or cash even, or checks are fine. And there's MoneyGrams and things like that too. So I can accept all of those things, and hopefully I can keep paying for all these sites and be with you as we go through the massive changes, however it turns out, which really won't be pleasant, I think, for anyone who knows what's going on, you know. The basic facts, and these are facts. The facts are facts, and and simply throwing out thousands of test kits every night to get more and more folk tested. These are not illnesses you're getting, these results. These are folk who just come up positive. And as I say, most of them too, the test will pick up any fragment of old viruses, of the COVID lineage, not any old coronavirus lineage, and that'll give you a positive, even if you're not sick or you don't actually have it at the time. Doesn't matter. Facts don't matter here, you see. Numbers matter. Oh, there's more cases. Because they must get you to take the vaccination. This isn't just one vaccination here, and it isn't just the old kind of vaccination. It's to alter literally the structure of the makeup of your lining, your lungs. It's a start. Never mind all the other effects it will have throughout your body. Who knows? Permanently too. Yeah. So, good luck with that one. And you're supposed to take it and there's no comeback on the companies who are given immunity from prosecution by your own government. So again, that's fascism right there, folks. Do you see them rioting about that? Nope. That kind of fascism is okay, you see, because it's their bosses that donate to them big time that are behind it. So that's okay. Yep. There you go. So yep. And let me know. And by the way, too, I'm still reading stacks of stuff from all over the planet on people who are giving what they're noticing themselves and around them, and it really gives me a bigger picture. I think it's really fascinating to see the control over the entire planet right now, pretty well, of the same characters, and the same names are mentioned, and every country has been behind it, and who are the great experts, and like Bill Gates, who hasn't got a degree in any of this stuff. You know, again, that doesn't matter either, right? Researchers who claim transgender people who undergo surgery to change sex have better mental health outcomes, right? This is what they said before, these particular researchers who were given a big grant, naturally, to come up with the desired conclusion. And I'm sure big pharma and again, surgeries behind it to benefit awfully well. Anyway, they've changed and admitted that a widely shared study was wrong after it was all published across the planet, So last year, the Swedish researchers, Dr. Richard Brandstrom, I was almost going to say brainstorm, but Brandstrom, and Dr. John Bachankis claimed that people who have surgery to try to change sex are less likely to need mental health treatment than those who don't. They also said that the likelihood of being treated for a mood or anxiety disorder reduces over time. So the time media outlets such as NBC News, ABC News, etc., reported this as fact, but the researchers have now said the research was flawed and that key findings were wrong. Someone's caught them out at it, and they have to come up with the truth. Following publication, the study was scrutinized by other academics. One pointed out that their major conclusion was based on the outcomes of just, how many people they used? 3 people. They chose 3 people out of, despite having collecting the data of more than 2,500 gender-confused people in Sweden. They chose 3 of them. Huh? You talk about a rigged result here. So Brandstrom and Pachankis were forced to reevaluate data and have now corrected the study. They concluded that the results demonstrated no advantage of surgery in relation to subsequent mental health treatment or a reduction in hospitalizations following suicide attempts. And they acknowledged that the original conclusion that their research lends support to the decisions to provide gender-affirming surgeries to transgender individuals who seek them was too strong. And they say that Dr. Ryan Anderson, author of When Harry Became Sally, responding to Transgender Moment, said, "It shouldn't surprise us that the results of the most recent study and its correction show that hormonal and surgical transition procedures don't bring the promised benefits." He also said that rather than attempting to do the impossible, reassigning bodies to line up with misguided thoughts and feelings, we should at least attempt what is possible, helping people to align their thoughts and feelings with reality, including the reality of the body. And I tell you, it's so sad in this day and age, where so many folk are utterly, round the bend with confusion about everything in society. There's been a war on society for a long time, and the folk don't know it was it's as everybody's planned as everything that's happening today with things. War tactics. And then out comes the saviors for them. Well, we can operate and fix all your problems, huh? Really. And massive funding from governments for these surgeons and so on, and big money, yada yada yada. So they've got a lot to gain from it, and they give these wonderful, fantastic results. But really, it's just not true. That this is going to make you all better. Really. There you go. Sad indeed, isn't it, that they can go through all this. And I've had people get in touch with me who've gone through all this stuff, and they're still utterly screwed up and unhappy, and they really thought it was going to make the world so wonderful for them, and it didn't. It's like everything else in this day and age in a society that's been through a complete war. And they're going through a war all the time without knowing it. Total war on culture, war on everything. Even taking away a purpose of people, taking away all their purpose, until youngsters have no jobs or anything to look forward. No purpose. All planned that way. Years and years ago, planned that way. And you look at all this unhappiness, and each group is catered to with a special. We can help you here. We've got grants for this kind of thing. We get big money. We can help you here and help you there. And the other ones end up doing all the rioting, thinking that just burning homes down is going to make them feel better. Huh? Really? For most things, you are the only thing that you can control is yourself. You have no chance of controlling anything else. Yourself. And it's true what the Masons say in that respect. You are your body is like a temple. It's from the Bible too, of course it is. But you're responsible for it, you see. And you can alter things within yourself in that temple. But don't look outside for others to do it for you. And don't think that these people who say, yeah, come and join the revolution, you'll all be happy. Don't think it's going to be any different than this surgery here. It's not going to make you happier. Only understanding yourself and getting to the point of it all and reorganizing yourself can you start to actually get any kind of happiness at all. And you must do it for yourself. All these things and the rages now are all reactions to other things, and rather than reacting to them, you have to be in control of yourself so you don't react to it all. You have to stand back, as I say, and realize they're definitely powerful forces, and there's no doubt about it. They're evil forces, tremendously evil forces running this whole system here. Tremendously evil. I mean, there's no doubt about forces who've caused world wars. Like Carl Quigley said. He said, yeah, they're bringing wars to get their agenda, and he was all for it. Right? CFR, eh? And the CFR is just a lower organization for the one above it. And yet that's your establishment. These are the guys who come out of Yale going to the CFR. Yeah, they create wars to get big changes and to get what they want out of it. And the human collateral and damage is just nothing to them. Do you think somehow every few years they become more sensitive to the humans that down beneath them? Somehow evolve? No, they don't. They stay the same. And if they want to kill another 25, they want to kill billions, actually, get rid of them off the planet. They've been rather open about it. The Georgia Guidestones, etc. And the statements put out by guys like, in the past, Jacques Cousteau, where he said, oh yeah, and he was all for it too. Yeah, they always give you these characters who are into nature, you see, and you love nature. And then they try to bring you into realizing that you're the problem. You must disappear to help nature. They all have the same goal, don't they? David Attenborough is the same. But Cousteau came out and said, he says, yeah, but to save the planet, and wildlife, we'll have to kill so many thousand, it was 150,000 a day extra, something like that, or big, much higher number than that, of humans. He was all for it. Yeah, eugenics, etc. Of course, the people who come to that conclusion are at the top of the tree, apparently. They're the creme de la creme, and they just know that they'll have to survive, but you must all go. There you go. But most of the problems you have in life come from within, and your reactions to it. And you have to realize how much control you have over anything at all. And you will realize that the reason you're frustrated is you don't have much control over the money system. You don't have the magic accounting ability that the specialists do, and they come up with magic numbers and so on. You don't have that. You're not in their club, and as Carlton said, the big club. But also you have to work on yourself, and don't expect other things to make life happy for you. Happiness comes within, inside yourself, by comprehending what's really going on, and not reacting to things outside so much. Stop reacting to the characters who run the world. Can have you jumping up and down all day long, every day for the rest of your lives, reacting to things out there. They do it on purpose at times. Look at all these behaviorists put out the reports. Paid billions with your tax money to con you and lie to you and manipulate you. Aren't you annoyed about that? Well. But there you go. Everybody gets used, eh? And everything really is manipulated propaganda, all their different studies, etc., etc., etc. Northern Ireland's interesting too, because the whole of Ireland is interesting. It's history as well, and north and south. But they're catching up to a lot of the rest of the world too, with the ones who pretend they're there for children's rights. The commissioners now appointed by the United Nations, and most of them have their own particular problems as you read their bios. But Northern Ireland's Commissioner for Children and Young People has called for abortion to be promoted to young girls in relationship to sexuality education lessons. And Kulia Yasuma told the Northern Ireland office that they should introduce compulsory teaching on the prevention of early pregnancy and access to abortion to girls as young as 13. Yeah. These are actually all parts, if you don't really know it, of the communist agenda. Promote mass promiscuity, deal with the fallout from it, which further dehumanizes the people who are involved in it, and they never really get over it for the rest of their lives. It's a war tactic, you see. It's not for people's rights and equalities and stuff like that, all these different things you're seeing today. These are communist tactics, all the things that you're reading about today. So, says Yasuma's proposals were partly based on controversial recommendations from a United Nations Committee's report. The UN Committee on the Rights of the Child report claimed, and by the way, that the rights of the child is to eliminate the rights of the parent. I remember doing the same talks years ago when they were doing it in Australia. And it says they must promote and put information out on reproductive health care services, contraception and sexuality, including that of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender and intersex children. These were all the communist agendas. They said they promote to eliminate all family. And again, the United Nations as usual, And again, don't forget the departments of the United Nations and how Julian Huxley was involved in so much of all of this. I tell you. Another thing that's so important, I've touched on it before, is that everywhere you look into everything that smells, It's like in the country, you'll see it more, or you'll smell it more occasionally. Sometimes in the spring, when people either add bacteria to their septic tanks, or it'll start, as it's warming up, they'll suddenly kick into action by them on themselves and start bubbling it away there, and the vents out, and you can smell it, for maybe a week or two. Well, everywhere you look these days, and all the hell that's coming down for the public, and the ones are coming out saying, don't you deal with it, we'll deal with it for you, just like the last article. Same kind of thing. Bill Gates comes up, and it reminds me of the spring septics. Whenever I read the guy's name, I really do. I have that reaction to this guy. He's so creepy. You sense it all. The guy has there's nothing honest in the man at all. It's like he's constantly acting. When the hand's flapping like crazy and all that. And I'm sure he is a bit of a frontman actor, no doubt about it. Anyway, Bill Gates shouldn't be the one reimagining New York's public education. I'll read the other one first. It says here that Cuomo questions why school buildings still exist and says New York will work with Bill Gates to reimagine education. Now, Cuomo's, I would call him, especially with his latest, all the different things he's come out with in the past few months, as a socialist communist. So why is he working with Bill Gates? Well, because Bill Gates also is a bit higher up the ladder on behalf of the people who rule the world. That's where Bill Gates is. He's a bit below. He's still a worker bee, But don't forget too that Bill Gates was the one who funded lots of the money for Common Core to start with as well. You must, again, back to UNESCO that Julian Huxley worked with. And UNESCO was to create a common culture using the children across the world. It didn't mean a nice, it's to mean an indoctrinated culture, right? For standardizing the behavior and thoughts and so on of a whole generation across the planet. Hasn't changed. So Cuomo questions why school buildings still exist and says New York will work with Bill Gates to reimagine. These are the terms you see everywhere. Reimagine education. And I touched on this a few months ago, maybe 2 or 3 months ago. And it says, New York Governor Andrew Cuomo rocked the education world and drew strong criticism from teachers and others by questioning why school buildings still exist, announcing that he'd worked with Microsoft founder Bill Gates to reimagine education with technology at the forefront. Cuomo, who in the past has angered educators by supporting controversial Gates-funded school reforms, that tells you a lot right off the bat, said Tuesday that the coronavirus pandemic offers an opportunity to change how students are educated. And he called Gates a visionary whose thoughts on technology and education should be advanced. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation has spent billions of dollars on education reform projects it has conceded did not work as hoped. Billions of dollars, on behalf of his masters, because he's not the boss, Bill Gates. The old model of everybody goes and sits in the classroom and the teacher's in front of the classroom and teaches that class, and you do all that across the city, across the states and the buildings, all these physical classrooms. Why, with all the technology you have, Cuomo said Tuesday at coronavirus response. This is the guy, Cuomo, who made it law that old age homes had to accept active coronavirus patients in amongst the healthy and non-infected people. And that's why most of the deaths happened in New York City. So these guys should be arrested, shouldn't they? Shouldn't they? And their psychopathy is out there still as confident as ever, because they don't feel shame, these characters. Behaviorism wouldn't work on them. They have no shame at all. And he's pleasing Bill and Melinda Gates. I'm sure he's not doing that for free either. But this article goes on about it. It showed a slideshow with questions about how technology can transform education. This is to get a the dream of Julian Huxley, to get it all accomplished. That's what it's about. The perfectly obedient society, they'll create them, you see, standardized. The elimination of individual thought and opinion is all socialist heaven, eliminating, individual opinions. Liberalism or democracy, or for Democrats, I should say, liberalism for Democrats, they're the most intolerant people they have no tolerance of anything outside the agenda. But that's communism. It's the same thing. See? So they prattle on about like a sales pitch and try to sell it to you. And then you see this other article here to do with, again, Bill Gates and reimagining his education, or your education, or the children's education, and what they say about it too. And it says, a 7-year, nearly $1 billion education initiative centered on improving teaching quality in low-income schools and bankrolled in part by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation largely failed to help students, according to a new report from non-profit policy think tank RAND. RAND was selected at the outset of the initiative by the Gates Foundation to evaluate whether the project improved outcomes for students. Overall, the initiative did not achieve its goals for students' achievement or graduation, in particular for LIM and low-income minority students, the report summary said. By 2015, 6 years into the initiative, student achievement, access to effective teaching, and dropout rates were not dramatically better than schools that didn't participate in the program, according to the RAND study. In 2009, the Gates Foundation, along with local partners, selected 3 school districts and 4 charter schools networks: California, Arkansas, Florida, and Pennsylvania, for the intensive partnerships for effective teaching initiative, aimed to improve teacher effectiveness by changing the way schools recruit, retain, and reward teachers. And the hope was that monitoring and improving teacher effectiveness, students would get a higher quality education. And the Gates Foundation sank over $200 million into initiatives since 2009, with local tax dollars and the federal government adding to the pot. They always do this. The initiative cost around $1 billion in total. So he put us in $200 million, and the whole thing by the taxpayer cost all the rest of it up to $1 billion in total over the 7 school years. Factoring in approximately $73 million the RAND estimated it cost to staff the initiative and evaluate teachers. And it found anyway that RAND found little or no evidence that participating schools were likely to hire more effective teachers or retain them. There you go. But then again, Bill Gates shouldn't be the one reimagining New York's public education, it says here. This other article. This week, Governor Cuomo announced a billionaire coalition. You understand, Bill Gates is famous for putting in so many millions and getting maybe the governments and the other ones to put in all, maybe 9/10 more. See? Multiplying it. And so he gets these big projects financed by the governments by starting off with the seed money, you see. And the governments do all the rest. So he can get his policies through. We're all paying for it, for this character and his agendas. So this week, Cuomo announced a billionaire coalition to lead New York's essential reopening efforts. And former New York City Mayor Bloomberg, who had a dark record on protecting New Yorkers' privacy rights, no kidding, will lead contact tracing efforts. And Bill and Melinda Gates, whose foundation has a history of high-profile, high-cost failures in education reform, will assist with reimagining education. And former Google CEO Eric Schmidt, who left the company amid allegations of covering up sexual misconduct and supporting censorship, will be in charge of technology initiatives. What could go wrong, it says. So Cuomo's collaboration with Gates is especially troubling. The announcement was met with outcry from educators, parents and students and members of the advocacy community. Days before, Cuomo created the New York Forward Reopening Advisory Board, a body with more than 100 members, but not a single representative from the K-12 sector. This led the State Education Department to form its own task force for reopening. That makes sense because New York's constitution places responsibility for education with the Board of Regents, not with the governor. So the Gates partnership came as a surprise. And it goes on and on about incredible amounts of money, though, Disappointingly, the Foundation's efforts have been marked by one high-profile expensive failure after another. For example, Gates' 7-year $1 billion initiative to improve teaching in several states did more harm than good. And the links are all here as to what happened to them, and cost taxpayers almost $600 million. There you go. And Foundation was forced to publicly apologize for the failure of its small schools initiatives. And it was a backer of Inbloom, the student data management company, that collapsed after privacy practices came under scrutiny. You understand, this is a massive thing, a project too, to monitor all students right through their entire life from youngsters. This is all manipulation on an incredibly massive scale on society by those who have the right. They think they've got the right to manipulate us all and to manage us all like little numbers. We're not people, we're numbers, little animals. And create the culture that they want to have created of obedient, subservient, non-complaining people. I tell you. It really is astonishing, isn't it? And everything is so deceptive. As I mentioned before, that the UN Commission on the Rights of the Child was to eliminate the rights of parents. It's been awfully effective, by the way. Awfully effective. And parents trying to interfere with their children's behaviour, maybe at the age of 12, 13, can end up in court. And if the child takes them to court for refusing to let them out after midnight, as an example, right? Or refusing them back in the door if they're doing it all the time. Oh, you can't ban the child from coming back when it wants to come back, you know. So then the child ends up ruling the parents, you see. Quite some, isn't it? Everything's doublespeak in this system we're living in. But most folk never figure it out, do they? They really don't. Their entire life long, they never figure it out. But I'll put lots of links up tonight about the article, or from the articles that I've been reading, and I want to read them off to let you know as examples of what's happening. I get you little bits and pieces that let you see what's really happening on a big scale across the planet, in a sense. Even the mad things that are happening by government authority. And when you see the ones from Australia, for instance, you say, well, for goodness sake, that won't change this, or it won't change. Why are they doing it? It's a campaign of terror. It throws the average mind into confusion and fear. It makes you comply because you've got bigger things planned for you in the future. That's really what it's for. It's nothing to do. Same with the whole idea. We might have to bulldoze your home down, you know. There could be some viruses lurking there. Well, the viruses won't lurk there without food. Or without, human bodies. That's what it lives on. It won't survive, you see, if it can't get a host. They can survive in some animals sometimes, like ferrets. They keep telling, we have to watch for ferrets now, because they use ferrets in the transition stage when they're modifying with gain of function these diseases to be more lethal to humans, because they're all developed by the biowarfare. These Bio4 labs are biowarfare labs, for goodness sake. Hey, let's see what they are. Well, it could be used for good reasons too. Well, maybe they can be too, as you say, but the other reason is for warfare. And they take harmless things, gain of function, and then they try to see if it's going to be effective against ferrets, as an example. Ferrets, an intermediate animal between that and humans, and then to see if it transfers to humans. That's how it's done. Yeah. But we're not supposed to think for ourselves. We're simple peasants. And leave it to the professionals to constantly contradict themselves day by day, week by week, because they've got degrees which allows them to contradict themselves all the time. You don't have all those degrees, you see, especially not the latest ones. So you better shut up and do what you're told. And that's the sort of thing we're getting told now, by these totalitarian types. If you ever wondered how come, because folk do, they think in their age, well, I can't believe what happened in the communists. How did it ever happen? How did the people let it? How could it have happened? That's what they say. Well, you're living through it. Most folks shut up and said nothing, hoping, in denial, of course, that it would just get better. That's how it always happens. And tyranny prospers, as they say, when good folk do nothing. That's it, folks. And you're all capable of doing something. You're at the crossroads now, and don't forget, too, the big elite above all this would have to answer to it as well, wouldn't they? After all, they're funding terrorism. They're terrorizing the whole populations, actually, with COVID. And completely misleading all the time. Every testing doesn't mean you've got a disease. You're not ill. And the more you test, the more you'll find folk have got it or had it, I've got fragments of dead viruses. If you're anywhere near anybody that's had it, you're breathing the fragments. The fragments can't cause disease. Fragments of viruses. Such farce. Another article I want to touch on, just to put you to before I go off, is the Nightingale hospitals they threw up across England to deal with the COVID and how they're all closing down, and generally without even ever treating one case. Quietly taking it all down. I'll put that up too. Not a mention, eh? Just take them all down again. There's nobody using them. The public must believe we're falling apart and thousands are dying. And here's an article to do with these emergency hospitals that were throwing up. Remember the one in the US I read months ago? The ones you see in the movies, these big, massive, inflatable type things, and very ominous looking, because you've all been trained to be horrified and terrified when you see them, you see. And they're throwing them up outside New York and different places. None of them were used for a single patient. That's what they were taking them down at the time. Well, here's Britain, you see. And they rebuilt ones as well, and they called them National Health Service Nightingale. And here's an article here. The National Health Service Nightingale is being decommissioned. This was in July, this story came out. So the NEC has confirmed that NHS, National Health Service Nightingale, currently occupying the venue, is being decommissioned and will reopen for events on 1st of October. In a letter to its clients, the Birmingham venue noted that the field hospital has been in hibernation since, guess when? Guess when the peak was long gone? It was before May, actually. So in May, it says that they put it into hibernation because they weren't getting any patients in at all. It didn't receive a single patient, this emergency hospital. You know, they were overloaded with all these cases, but just like the other hospitals, this special emergency one they threw up didn't get a single patient, it says here. However, the venue says it will continue to support the National Health Service with the creation of a small non-COVID standby facility until March 2021. So they're wondering what to do with this particular one that threw up that's lying empty and never used. And so they might use it for other purposes down the road because after all, you see, people weren't getting treated for anything else. And they weren't getting treated for COVID either, most of them, because you weren't getting any patients that needed the treatment department, in some of the hospitals anyway. And yeah, folk die all the time. Every year folk die, and they die all throughout the year as well. That's what we do. And as babies get born, other folk die, and that's the cycle of things. But of course, I've terrified everyone into thinking no one died before COVID came along. Isn't that quite an act, isn't it? Massive psychological warfare on the public, a big psyops operation. But again, there's big agendas hanging and on this whole idea of a deadly pandemic to change society and the world and to globally reset the whole economic system, which means everything in the system, including you and your way of living from birth to death. That's the purpose of it. So there you go. That was another article there, not from a conspiracy site either, and it comes from Conference News. Yep, there you go. There's another one. It was lying empty all along and threw out lots of money towards it, of course, to get all the stuff that they didn't need because they didn't have any patients. There was no overflow of from hospitals to bring patients in. Rather odd, isn't it, that the facts don't fit the horror in the propaganda. So there you go. Anyway, folks, remember, going to CurrentTradeMatrix.com. throw a few bucks my way and help me tick along, and hopefully we can get through this together. At least we'll come through something together. Whether or not we'll end it together, I don't know. But tyranny is staring you in the face. Organised, planned tyranny, with the richest folk on the planet funding movements that are meant to terrorise you on the streets. And they plan to vaccinate everybody and have you an immunity passport for life, with every other update and booster shot for everything they can possibly think of. And they'll come up with a whole new bunch of new things now. The passports will be out shortly. I'm sure they've got a whole plan for a whole bunch of things you've never heard of, and you'll have to take them. Isn't it wonderful, this fascism? True fascism. That's what you've got. And the communists don't seem to be bothered about it at all, at the bottom, that is. And you're going to be mandated to take it, or you'll be kept prisoner in your own home and starve to death. There you go. That's your choice. Goodbye centuries of fighting for rights. To watch it all fought away with a fake fight for rights by people who want to destroy all. It's quite an interesting time to be alive. So take care of yourselves. Keep the emails coming just to see how you're all doing, because it's important. And you can't just bottle yourself up at times. You have to let things out as well, just being in contact. Remember, too, I've said before, try and get a few friends, and they'll stand up for each other when times get worse and worse and worse. Because they really plan a shutdown economy to the end of the consumer society. You'll get with basic scraps of food eventually if they get their way. This is horror, and we're allowing it to happen at the moment. And we'll see if anybody steps forward and in the position of power that is to stop it all from happening. We'll have to just wait and see, won't we? But remember, as I keep telling you, you are your own champions, and you have to look out for yourselves, and you have to speak one by one for each other and for yourselves, and say, yeah, I will or I won't go along with whatever it is. And because, you've got to do it for yourself, if nothing else. If you think you're going to go along to get along, not with this kind of system. No, they're ruthless. You look at the people who already tried to please them by putting up the Black Lives Matter things in their windows and so on. And I think it was even, was it Wheeler, and the mayor in Portland, I think it was. Was it Portland? I can't get them all confused now. But who was all for their demonstrations. They turned into riots, and then even then he was still all for, until they went for the house too, his own house. And that's what happens, eh? We set fire to his house as well. Oh, we changed. Out comes 5 guys, no doubt well armed, who were security guards for him. Most folk can't afford that. Yeah, that's communism for you, Now, before I pack in for the night and get all this uploaded, I should just mention that it all sounds very depressing, isn't it? But it's meant to. This is total psychological warfare. The articles that are coming out there, and guys from Australia saying, we're going to force folk to take this whether they like it or not, etc. No, you can be as much of a bully back to this character. These are the tactics that you use on you, and every tyranny, of course. We're pretty used to it through thousands of years of similar stuff. And so you just, put a mirror back on them and let them see their faces grimacing and say, we're not going to follow this you with your face like that and all screwed up and full of angst and either real or feigned anger, because we're not children, and you have no right to dictate to us of how we're going to live or what we're going to do in a free society. We're either free or we're not free. There's no in-betweens here. Don't let them bring the lawyers in and the bioethicists to come and persuade you otherwise. It's all psychological warfare again on you. Things are very simple in reality. If women are in charge of their own bodies, right? Let's be honest here. Come on here. And logic is always logic. Huh? Then you can all be in charge of your own bodies and deciding what's going to go into it, not just what's coming out of it. And that is your right. Of course it's your right. Somebody's going to stick their product into you by law. Well, it's up to you if you want to. But then it's a legal agreement for you if you want to go along with that. But everyone doesn't have to go along with it, of course, for a vaccine that's untested And they certainly do have horrific stories down through the vaccine industry's record keeping, which is kind of half hidden. You can still dig them up, all the horror stories from it too. But it's up to yourself if you want to risk it, isn't it? Everything's legalities. Well, we warned you that it could be fatal in some people, and it could have bad reactions in other people, and we warned you. And did they really? Did they really? There you go, informed consent. And if you don't give your consent, your agreement, then they're going to put you in prison or lock you in your own home and put a big fence around your house so you can't get out with a bracelet, a manacle on you like a prisoner. That's not a free society. That's true fascism. Government working hand in hand with big, massive private corporations. That's what it is. And don't forget, too, that they can see, if you watch TV, you can get the impression that the whole country in the US is burning down. It's not that way at all. Things can change very quickly if enough people to say, that's enough, that's enough. But you do it one by one, you see. And you say, no, that's enough. I'm not putting up with this nonsense anymore. Whatever the nonsense happens to be. Because, this is the big push to bring in the elite's next phase for a more controllable society, a post-democratic society, by using a form of communism, at least to start it off with. And then down the road, once they've trained a generation, that it's all quite normal to obey and do what you're told. By the end of that time, they'll already got rid of all the ones who actually brought it upon in the streets. They always do that. They're used and tossed away, of course. They're used for the reign of terror, but because they are terrorists and they enjoy it, then the ones at the top, once they bring in their own system, they'll then dispose of them too. They always do this standard stuff. Everyone gets used, so be very careful who you follow. And remember, I've always said that you generally are given your leaders, I don't care who they are or how high-sounding this can be at times, be very careful. Because ultimately it's your choice what happens to you. And it's your choice to decide what's best for you as well. So be very, very careful out there. And it's not over because, as I say, turn off the TV and you'll find out, all your streets across like a massive country like the US are not falling apart at the moment. Apart from the fact that I've been rebuilding the roads and stuff for years and years and all that kind of, because that was also part of the agenda. Bring it down to the lowest possible state and then destroy everything and rebuild it new again to suit those who already own it and rule it. That's what it's about. It's the elite's revolution, the next phase of their revolution. And it's post-democratic. Again, Maurice Strong went through it all. He wants to bring it all back, remember, to a post-industrial state of living, which is famine, disease, all kinds of disease and all kinds of death as well, increasing because of lack of energy and hygiene and even access to healthcare and access to real healthcare and even to basic hygiene, etc. The old system will get brought back again. You'd see us all dropping like flies. But I guess they've got programs to make us all happy when it's happening. And I'm not kidding you about that. They can convince you of anything. You should really look into bioethics and death, because they have a death pathway, as you well know, in the hospitals. And they have these professionals who will make it sound so wonderful. And they'll actually almost hypnotize you as you go under. And they'll convince you just to accept every stage of what's happening to you. And then they'll say, we could hurry this up, and it might alleviate some of your suffering for you. And what do you mean by that? Well, it's a bad name, but there's nothing bad about it. It helps you pass over, and so they can give you the cheapest possible death drug there is, rather than give you the treatment that could make you recover and keep you going for years. That is part of the new efficient system. And that's exactly what Brave New World had, wasn't it? You were guaranteed a certain lifespan right down to the exact day or year, and you'd have this kind of happy utopia in a sense, at least for the upper, the alphas and the betas. And then you just died. And then they celebrated death as a wonderful thing, you see. You can be trained to believe anything. And unfortunately, that they're hard at work. Thousands and thousands and thousands of psychologists and bioethicists working with who are also part lawyer, some of them too, and behaviorists and neuroscience, all working towards this brave new world to run it efficiently for those who own it. And you know who some of them are, or at least some of the front people are, at least. And they're all presented as stars of industry and stars of science and stars of this, etc., etc. So we can either follow the stars, as they say, or look way beyond them into a way, way deep space and look at something that's much, much bigger than any of them and any of us, because there's definitely forces out there that are way beyond all this, rather than the dark forces down here. Always remember that, so it's not all lost. So take care of yourselves and help each other out. You've got to have a little plan there somewhere to get through it mentally and physically, because it's important. And you are important. Don't ever let them believe that they train you into thinking you're nothing at all. You're important. You're all important. Of course you are. And we used to have that in life. We used to elevate humans and elevate life to a high pinnacle. And as the communists and those who ruled the communism, the richest folk, said, like Julian Huxley said, we want to knock people off their pedestal as a supreme being on the planet and teach them that they're just basically another animal, in order to rule them. So it's time you go back on that big stool there and says, yeah, I am worth it, and you certainly are. But it takes some doing. It can't all be done for you. You got to start doing things yourself as well. And start believing in yourselves as well. And remember too, don't just think that magic is going to make it all happen for you. The whole area is into the truly supernatural. It takes more than just wishful thinking, and it can be done through basic spells. Put it that way. Again, you got to work on yourself. And if you've ever experienced anything that truly is supernatural as opposed to preternatural, big difference. Then you know there are bigger forces than any of these characters that are staring at you from TV sets, telling you what to do. There's much bigger forces on the planet than that, and never lose sight of that. It's very important. The first step of psychological warfare is to totally demoralize the target population, to give up. So don't give up, and we'll see what happens as we go along here. From myself, Alan Watt from Ontario, Canada, is good night. And may your God or your gods go with you.